want a war? You're going to get one.
Drop it.
What was that? He had no time for one more play.
He had an opportunity to win that game at the end.
But the referee screwed us. The brother screwed us.
I'm upset, but
The brother screwed us.
At least they fought back and tried.
only Cowboys game.
You
The brother
literally.
screwed us. The brother screwed us. We had one man opportunity for one more play.
Dallas still stinks.
Yo, by the way, Dingbat here. Let me get this off the screen. Hold on. There we go. Yo, by the way, Dingbat here. Hope everybody's having a great day. Hope you guys are doing well. Big news happening with the Eagles. They do not stop. Thank you for joining me this Friday afternoon, or possibly still morning, depending upon where you are. But let's get right into it and talk about the big news. Ian Rappaport is reporting pass rusher Josh Sweat is staying in Philly. What? Sources tell me, and Tom Pelissero, he agreed to terms on a restructured contract despite interest elsewhere for what likely would have been a pay increase. Philly keeps a good one at home. Now, getting Josh Sweat back is a very interesting signing, and it really puts a fork in the road of a lot of things. Before we get into it, let me say hi to everybody here. Joseph Pope is here. Nighthouse, Notby, Jadis, Wade, Jack Herring, Webfoot. What's going on, guys? Wisconsin Eagle fan, Knights Honor, Real Recognized Gaming, JH. What is going on, everybody? Bill, Matthew, Mr. Smith. What is going on? If I'm missing anybody, I apologize. Daniel, Tyrese, Jay, Guy, Brandon, Twits, what's going on? Ajel, Naughty, Andrew. Thank you, everybody. Anybody I missed, I apologize. G-Lo is here. What's going on, buddy? Leroy, Ball, Johnny Blaze, my man. Jalen Stone, Mark, what's going on? So let me say this. We talked about this before. We talked about, geez, do the Eagles really want to trade Josh Sweat? Do they really want to get rid of him? We're getting rid of a 25-year-old pass rusher who still has had double-digit sacks. It sounded like maybe there was an issue with him last year. I guess not. And then now the question and the focus is going to be on what are they going to do with Reddick? What are they going to do with Reddick? My feeling is this. You've got to keep Reddick. Keep Reddick. Reddick is still your best number one playmaker on defense. And I just don't think you trade him. Now, it sounds like there are some people thinking he might get an extension, other people thinking that he might be traded. My feelings are you keep Hassan Reddick, you keep Josh Sweat. You had to get another pass rusher anyways in Huff. So now you have accomplished that. You have gotten a linebacker. You still need another linebacker. But I'm all for keeping Reddick, and I'm glad that they kept Sweat. I have no issue with it. I would rather trade Sweat than Reddick, but we'll have to see how this plays out. I don't like it as much if Reddick is gone. If Reddick stays, I like it. Those are kind of my thoughts on it, basically. Floor is your guys now. I'm just going to hear what you guys have to say, and we'll go from there. Let's get this thing going. Let's see. Got to keep Reddick. See, that's exactly my thoughts, too. I agree. Spiegel says, man, this defense is going to be nasty. It's headed that way. We still need some. We still got work to do. We still need what you call it. We still need players. Reddick to the Steelers. Reddick got a 2-year extension. I see a lot of that, right? Which one is it? I have no idea. There's been no confirmation from anything about anything yet with Reddick. A lot of speculation. I mean, I have a feeling that it just makes sense to extend him. if it sounds like Sweat was like, I don't want to go. Sweat saw what we're doing, going, I don't want to get traded. I'll restructure. I'm not sure how much. I'm not sure how much they're keeping in terms of cap. If anybody knows how much cap they save, let me know. Winning Reality says, with CJ, Garner Johnson, and White now on the team, why would anyone want to leave? I agree. I mean, we talked about the White thing in depth last night. Wow. I mean, it's funny. I talked to my dad while I was setting up, and I told him I loved it. I love what they're doing. He's not as high on what they've done so far as me, but I like it. D-John, thank you for super chat. He goes, supposedly Pickett to the Eagles. Is that? It's so, when it comes to Kenny Pickett, it's so hard for me to know, because I got this one dude that's always all he talks about is Kenny Pickett. So I have no idea. So they saved $2.5 million. Interesting. Kenny Pickett trade. Is this confirmed? Is this true? Now you got me. Now you guys are making me curious. Let me see. That would be an interesting. Holy shit! My gosh, John Doe's going to be flipping out. All right, we got breaking news. Let's get this thing going. Kenny Pickett is a Philadelphia Eagle. Holy crap. This is a surprise. Wow. I'm flabbergasted right now. This one really surprises me. I don't necessarily dislike it, but here we go. Breaking news. Adam Schefter's reporting. Trade. Steelers are sending quarterback Kenny Pickett to the Philadelphia Eagles in a pick swap. Sources tell ESPN. Once Pittsburgh signed Wilson, Pickett preferred to move on. Well, here's my thought. Pickett coming in as a backup quarterback, he's not going to challenge Jalen Hurts. Nobody but John Doe is going to want him. And we know the Eagles kind of talked to him in the draft. They met with him. They had dinner with him. And here's the thing. You bring him in as a backup. You teach him. You build him up. And then you flip him. I have no issue with this. I'm just curious what it is. But Kenny Pickett is a Philadelphia Eagle. Holy crap. The Eagles are not playing around today. Wow. Nappy, man. Thank you, man. First super chat of the day says Kenny Pickett confirmed. Wow. How about that? The Eagles. Shocking. But, I guess we can forget the field talk. Quarterback Kenny Pickett. Wow. The Eagles. I'm going to have to get that. I'm going to have to change my thumb. Hold on. Let me change this up here. Interesting. I'm changing my title here. Trade. Wow. Eagles are going off. That's now you know why when they had the I think it's low risk, high reward. That's why they were late for their press conference, though. Interesting. Yeah. 500 Dan so is a what did he do now? Pickett to the Eagles. It's crazy. Man. Michael, welcome to Dingbat Nation, man. Welcome to Dingbat Nation. I think Pickett as a backup, young quarterback, can throw. I think it's a great move. Because the Eagles, if they could, build up his equity over the next few years, you might be able to flip him for a good pick. He's got an arm. He does. He does. I'm trying to catch up here to the what you call it. Fields would be better. Thing with Fields, the difference with Fields and Pickett, I'll say this: Fields, Chicago probably wants a bunch more. Secondly, if you bring in Fields, then I think you hear calls for Fields to play if Hurts struggles at any time. I don't think that's an issue with Pickett. I don't think Pickett will ever threaten him. So wow, the Eagles are not playing around today, man. Kenny Pickett, what do you guys think about this? Who likes it? Put a 1 in the chat if you like this move. Put a 2 if you don't like the move. I don't see it as it's not a risk at all. It's an easy, it's a low risk, high reward. We traded with Pitt and we got a 3rd round. Okay, so we swapped 3rd round picks. So they didn't lose a 3rd round pick. They swapped 3rd round picks. So essentially, the Steelers are giving him away for nothing. For nothing. The Eagles got him for nothing. Interesting. I think this is a good move by Howie Roseman. You needed a backup quarterback. I love the idea of getting a young backup quarterback that you can build his equity up and then maybe move on from him in a few years, get a 2nd round pick, something like that. Very interesting move by the Eagles. They're not playing. Now you know why the press conference was delayed. Kenny Pickett is an Eagle. How about that? Unbelievable. Wow, a lot of people like it. Most people like this. Yeah, most people like this. We got 1,342 people in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you hit that like. Sooner we get to 1,000, the better. What happened, Philly? The Eagles, they restructured Josh Sweat's contract. Now the Eagles have just traded for Kenny Pickett, the quarterback from Pittsburgh. Eric R says, solid move. I like a vet quarterback to help Jalen. Yeah, and I think he's young enough that if you can build up his equity, maybe you could trade him. What has he got left on his contract? Like 2 years? What round did the Pittsburgh Steelers draft him anyways? Was that 1st round pick? Wow. Interesting, man. Interesting move. I'm trying to update my thumbnail. Eagles aren't playing today, man. They are not playing. Wow. Plus, Eagles gave up a 7th round pick as well. Definitely not worried about a 7th round pick. Kenny Pickett is so bad. Listen, he's a backup quarterback. The idea is that he's a backup. Brooks, are we keeping Reddick? There's 2 schools of thought right now. I'm seeing a lot of people saying we're going to trade Reddick, and a lot of people say we're going to extend him. I've seen things where it's the Eagles have a 2-year extension coming for Reddick. I personally believe you're going to keep Reddick. Why trade Reddick at this point? You then have the 3 pass rushers you need. To me, there's no reason to trade Hassan Reddick at all. Tiny hands, tiny teeth. All right, well, tiny clipboard. He's going to be sitting on the bench. You got to get a backup. It's solid backup. A young, solid backup that has some legs, has an arm, and hopefully you don't need him. Just call me Flair, member for 42 months. Kenny Pickett is better than any late-round backup quarterback we could have gotten. Open your eyes, people. If you hate this move, you don't know football. I'm happy we don't have to deal with Fields BS. You would have definitely had a possibility of that. You won't have that problem with Pickett. Tiny clipboard. Well, I'm just saying. Let's go, birds. Fly, Eagles, fly. Absolutely. We gave 2 7th rounders. Dude, I don't care if we gave 3 7th rounders. I'm not worried about it. Dejar, man, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Appreciate you. He goes, now you trade the 1st Kenny Pickett and Bradbury for Patrick Surtain. I don't think Denver would do that. If you keep Hassan Reddick, though, you got to draft a corner, I think. I think you draft a corner 1st round. Pretty interesting day by the Eagles. They're up to something. Eagles are up to something, man. I'm updating my thumbnail real quick. Eagles. Wow, it's a shocking move to me. Kenny Pickett is an Eagle. Well, we talked a lot about Kenny Pickett a few years ago. Let's see. Tiny hands, tiny person, tiny penis. Well, ain't my problem. Joe Ramos, what the hell happened? Why did my screen go black? I don't know why my screen went black. Hold on. That was weird. My camera crashed. I don't know why. I might have clicked something. That's weird. Philly, the squat twins are going to eat. Squat twins that they're calling them. Lonnie Taylor, David Super Chat. Pitt, 2 7s and a third. We got a 4th and Kenny. I don't know. I mean, it's a backup. We needed a backup. I'm okay with it. Well, Kenny's an Eagle fan growing up, so he get his wish. That's crazy, right? Philly, shut the stream down every time you do it. Well, let me catch up to this stuff we've done today. Chris B. David Super Chat, my man. He goes, Hurts better play good. Pickett is lurking. Pickett is lurking. John Doe. There's a guy, John Doe. I think it's John Doe, comes on here. All he talks about is Kenny Pickett for 2 years. Now, I'm curious to think what he's going to say. Rich MC David Super Chat goes, Kenny Pickett, no, I'd rather sign Matt Corral. I didn't say that, even though I do have a Matt Corral jersey. I think it's a good move. I think it's a good move. It's a good move, and it gives the Eagles the backup quarterback that they need. So now you got a young backup quarterback for the next few years. That's the key. I think you got him for at least 2 more years. It's great. Xavier Worthy going to be the Eagles' first pick. You have a weird feeling? I think they're going to draft Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Not in the first. Carlos, thank you for Super Chat. Goes 500 salute. I actually like to pick it as a backup. No, he's no Joe Montana, but solid move. Sometimes all player needs is a change of scenery and a chance to develop. You know, now he can sit back. You can get some offensive guys. You get Kellen Moore to work with him and let him develop. He kind of got thrown into the fire with Pittsburgh. I like it. 120 is a 4th. Yeah, that's a 4th. It's booty time. Welcome to Dingbat Nation. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate that. I actually like it. I think the Eagles continue to make good moves. I mean, who are we trying to get anyways as a backup quarterback? I mean, you know, they were talking Justin Fields and pushing Justin Fields, but a lot of those people pushing Justin Fields, let's be honest, as soon as Hurts has one bad throw, one bad quarter, they're going to be the same people that are demanding that Fields become the starter. Steve says, you know, they're going to get a corner in the draft and probably at least an O-line guy and a wide receiver. And I hope they got Cooper that will get. I think so. We still have to watch with I think the Reddick shoe. We got to wait for the Reddick shoe to drop. That's the big thing that's going to let us know what's going on in the draft as far as I'm concerned. Andrew, thank you for the Super Chat. He goes, now Eagles must move up for Quinyon Mitchell. That's who I want. That's exactly the guy I want right now. If you said to me, who do you want in the draft? First round, I want Quinyon Mitchell. And I want to start him right away. Best damn shorts on the tube says, it's a pick swap. 2 7s instead of picking 93rd. We're picking 120th. Not bad. All we have is 3/5 and 2 seconds. That's not bad. No, not bad at all. Not be. Thank you for the super chat. Pickett salary $985,000 base. 2024 2.6 in 2024 $985,000 in 2025 $2.6 million. Dirt cheap. He's cheap. It's a no risk at all. Isaac, man, thank you for the super sticker, man. Appreciate you so much. We've got 1,800 people in the chat. Make sure you guys hit that like. Make sure you subscribe. As I'm settling in here, I'm sorry that I was a little late today. I pretty much was given an option at work. If I work an extra 2 hours, then I wouldn't have to come back. So I decided to basically work 2 extra hours and then come home and be done for the day. So plus I have sick kids here. So that's why I wasn't on earlier. Peaches and schemes. Member for 6 months. He goes, I like Pickett over Fields. Happy Howie went in that direction. And I can't wait to see the defense this year. Howie always making moves. Yeah, they delayed the press conference, the CJ Garner Johnson press conference. So I'm going to play a clip with it a little bit. But it was because of this Pickett trade. Every time the Eagles are about to have a press conference, it gets delayed. Something happens. The first time was us hiring Vic Fangio. I think it's going to be really interesting to see what the next shoe to drop is. Is Reddick getting the extension? That's what I want. I want Reddick to get an extension here. Yeah, Pickett is young. Jay Koch, what's up, buddy? Leo, thank you for the super chat. He goes, favorite signing so far has been Substance 17. Much love. Thank you so much. Oh, my favorite signing so far is Saquon Barkley. Yeah, Saquon Barkley. I think he gives your offense a whole nother dimension, I think that for sure this means trade Reddick now. See, it could. A lot of people think that's what it means. My father was saying he thinks that they're going to trade. They're going to trade Reddick now too. I think you keep Reddick. I think this means you extend Reddick. Katie, thank you for the super chat. What's wrong with Fields that nobody wants him? I think what Chicago probably wants in return, nobody really wants to pay them because he's not going to come anywhere and start. So I think that's probably the biggest thing. So, and the Eagles probably did talk to Chicago about Fields, but they probably wanted too much because there were reports last night that Fields is going to end up staying in Chicago. Killer David Super Chat. He goes, take a look at wide receiver Johnny Wilson out of FSU. I definitely will. Eagles sending a 3rd rounder. We get Pickett, a 4th rounder, a 2024, and 2 25/7s. That's not bad. We're getting the 2 7s. Wow. Donnie says, Joey Castro. What did he tell Joey? They need a David Super Chat. Is there any chance Kelsey comes back? Dream team. No, we don't want to say that word. We definitely don't want to say that word. But, I mean, if I'm Jason Kelsey, I got to go, man. I want to come back. Why not? Pickett in 2 years has a 1-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. Well, what do you think? What do you legitimately think a backup quarterback should be? 30 touchdowns? He should be a 30 touchdown backup thrower. I mean, my God, the guy's 25 years old. He's a backup quarterback. The idea is that he does not play. I don't get it. Do it, Philly. What a move by Howie Roseman. Woo! I can never do that again. People are worried about his hands. Now, the only person who should be worried about his small hands is his wife. Okay, if he has one. Other than that, who cares? Give him a small clipboard. McKee is better. Well, McKee's already on our roster. So if he beats him out, then he beats him out. He was a starter in Pittsburgh. He sucks. Stop it, man. I don't know what you guys want as a backup quarterback. You got to think outside the box. You're getting a guy who's literally young, who's in his rookie deal, who's had some starter experience, who has some talent, who could easily develop into something if you have the right coaches. You can then turn around and flip him down the road. It costs you absolutely nothing. I don't get it. Pharaoh, welcome to Dingbat Nation, man. Welcome to Dingbat Nation. Thank you so much for joining. It's hard for me to get all butthurt about what they're trying to do with Kenny Pickett. They're trying to get a young guy that they can develop that doesn't cost a lot. And I think it's interesting. You know, we saw the Eagles back in the day under Reed. He used to do that. He used to get these quarterbacks that everybody would say is trash and would think they're trash, and he would develop them, and then he would flip them and get like a second-round pick. So you never know. When Foles came back, listen, Jay Wright, when Foles came back, because he said Foles struggled, they considered retiring before the Super Bowl. When Foles came back, there were a lot of people who loved Foles because we liked Foles. But there are a lot of people that said that, God, why did we bring him back? He stunk when he was here. He can't stay healthy. He's this, he's that. And he won you an MVP. I think Kenny Pickett needs to be developed as a quarterback. And now he's going to get a chance. We were spoiled with Nick Foles and Vic 500. These fans don't understand what a real backup is. Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to get those guys. I mean, what quarterback is on the market we should have gotten as a backup? Peace out. Thank you for super chat. He goes, I think they might use him to get someone else. I think it's possible. I definitely do. John Dell says, are we still play for Simmons? It sounds like we're not, that that he was asking for too much money. But maybe he'll lower his price. Now that my man Cameron Curl went to the Rams, I think if we could get Justin Simmons, that would be good. Katie did, thank you, and welcome to Dingbat Nation. Thank you so much and welcome. I'm totally okay with this as a backup. I just see it as not a lot of risk. Let me see something here. Did I miss something? Oh, Sean Davis. Holy crap. He gifted, how many did you get? 10 memberships. Holy crap. Sean Davis, man. Shout out to Sean Davis gifting 10 memberships. Holy crap. I totally didn't see that. Man, thank you so much. I'm not sure who got them, but welcome to Dingbat Nation, all those who did it. And thank you, Sean Davis, on that, man. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. Peace, all favorite super chat. I think we might get someone else. I think they might use him to get someone else. They very well could. Very well could. We got 1,850 people in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Pickett is 14-10 as a starter. Not terrible for a backup. A backup. That's what we're talking about. A young backup who has a skill set and some talent. That's what you have to think about. They're trying to develop him. Maybe you develop him this year and you're able to flip him. You don't know. I think, and if not, you've got a cheap backup for the next 2 years. Hopefully you don't see him. John Wilson, thank you so much for the super chat. Goes 1,800 people in here in the chat. Only 400 likes. Let's get the likes up for my man 500. And Reddick is going to stay. Yes, Reddick stay. Let him stay. Yes, let's definitely get those likes up. Please. 1,000 likes we need, because that really, it helps break the algorithm. So if you guys have it, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe. And definitely let's get them likes up. Let's get to 1,000 likes. We're settling in. We'll be here next 3-4 hours. We ain't going nowhere. So if you're at work, if you're driving, sit back. Dingbat Nation is here. And today we got some stuff to play. That's right. As long as we're better than Marcus Mariota, I don't know why else. I think it's an upgrade from Marcus Mariota. I thought Marcus Mariota was horrible. Oh, you got it wrong. Sorry, guys. Was it flipped the other way? Pickett is better than Mariota, even with tiny hands. D-Rob David Super Chat. He goes, the people mad about Pickett. Did you like Mariota? When they got Mariota and brought him in, I thought, yeah, it was okay. But, it's a backup. When I saw him play, I was like, But I was okay with it. I'm okay with this. I actually kind of like this idea better because you're getting a kid that's still young. He's still young, and he still might be able to develop into something. Not that you'll use him, but that you'll trade him. Stacy, welcome to Dingbat Nation. Thank you so much for joining. We traded for him though. Yeah, it was more of a pick swap though. I mean, what quarterback is there? A quarterback that was a free agent that you were like, oh man, that's the backup we need to go out and get? Like, I mean, Andy Dalton. I mean, who would you want? I mean, it wasn't like they're not giving up picks. They swapped picks. They swapped the 94th for like the 120th. I don't know. I have no problem with it. I don't think it was too much to give up. Dyros Tube Day over Super Chat goes, how do you feel about who? TJ Tam. Who's that? I don't know. I guess that answers the question. Yeah, I don't know. Eric Wilson, thank you for a Super Chat. He goes, now let's pick up Odell Beckham to 1 year, $8 million. 1 year, $8 million. What's up with prayers for Philly Mike? What's up with Philly Mike? Is something happened? Gilo says, I want to be a dingbat. You are a dingbat. I love you. It's stupid. Why? Who's you? Who? Oh, I don't know. I don't look at it as a big deal. Let me see if I can find the exact trade. But from what I gather, it was a pick swap. They were trading picks. Let me see. All right, so here we go. Let me get this up for you guys so we can take a look at this trade. And we'll discuss this trade. All right, so here we go. John David Super Chat goes, now let's go get Justin Simmons. They might. So the Steelers are sending Pickett to the Eagles in a pick swap per Adam Schefter. So the terms are this. Steelers get pick number 98 and 2 7th-round picks in 2025. In 2025, the Eagles get Kenny Pickett and number 120. So essentially, you're only moving up 20. You're going back 22 spots. If you really need to get back up there, you can make a trade to get back up there. To me, this is nothing. I don't think it's a big deal. Eddie, thank you for the super. Thank you and welcome to Dingbat Nation. Rather, welcome to Dingbat Nation. I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal at all. I'm trying to catch up to this. Sean Davis, my man, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, let's get 500 to 1,500 likes, Dingbat Nation. Yes, that would be awesome, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. I think there is no risk in this in that trade. There's nothing. It's not like there's no risk. But very little risk, we'll say. He's a backup quarterback. Hopefully we develop him and trade him down the line. Exactly. And if not, hopefully he develops and he could come in and play 1 or 2 games. You know what I mean? Listen, I got Saquon Barkley. Kenny Pickett, I don't have to go out and rely on Kenny Pickett to beat me his arm. I'm going to just hand the rock to Saquon Barkley. I think it's you're getting a kid that still is talented on some level, enough where the Pittsburgh Steelers of all teams, who usually don't miss some things, drafted him. Locked In Podcast, thank you for the super chat, my man. He goes, wonder if the Broncos would trade Surtain for Reddick. I would think not. It wouldn't make sense. For a team that's got to rebuild, why would they trade for a 30-year-old? Think of it as we only moved 22 spots down. Good trade. I agree. 22 to get a young backup quarterback who is really, really cheap and has some ability. Kevin Patrick, thank you for super chat. He goes, we want safety. Why not Derwin James, CJ and him? Are they, I mean, didn't the Chargers just sign Derwin James to an extension? I mean, Derwin James would be like a dream. I would love Derwin James. I don't think they'll do it, though. Ryan, thank you for super chat. He goes, did we also get his 5th-year option? Low risk, high reward. Yes. You would get he was a first-round pick, right? So he's probably got, the 5th-year option's coming up soon. Or probably not this year, but next year, he'll get a 5th-year option. Jeez, why not? We are favored to go to the Super Bowl in New Orleans. I bet we are. Aldine Davis, thank you for the comment. It's not like we trade Reddick for Pickett. I'm fine with it. We trade what we did. I agree. You're only swapping spots. You're not even losing a pick, except for if you really want to worry about 2 7th-round picks. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, maybe the Eagles can develop him. Maybe there's something that they see that they can develop. Maybe he comes in. Maybe you're in a situation where, you know, he has to play a game. Maybe the Eagles are blowing teams out. I don't know. But we have seen the Eagles. They used to do this all the time. They get young quarterbacks, and they were able to flip them. Do your research. Dairos Tube says, and David Super Chat goes, do your research, TJ Tampa. All right, I'm gonna write the name down, and then I'm going to go watch them, because I honestly don't know who that is. Done. Philly Rapture says, yeah, 500 is absolutely right. Saquon Barkley is an Eagle. The offense is going to be just fine. I know. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all. I mean, who else are you going to get? I mean, I guess maybe a lot of people wanted Justin Fields. It's just I would have been open to that too, but he probably want too much. Sean Davis, member for 18 months. Thank you. Zach Bond is decent. You think he starts? I don't think he's going to start, but I do think that he's going to be definitely a piece. From what I was reading, the Eagles look at him as a guy that they might use like Miami used Van Ginkel. So maybe he turns out to be, you know. $500 Sills is clowning us right now. He says the Eagles trust Hurts. Jacoby has gone downhill since firing Tone. Well, of course they trust Hurts. Why wouldn't I don't understand. You don't sign a guy to $50 million and then not trust him. You know, listen, scared money don't win. You know, if you're going to go out and you have Hurts as your quarterback, and you got to believe in your players on some level, and you got to build around them. You know, to say that, oh, well, they went and got Hurts because they went and got all these players because they don't trust Hurts or something to that effect. It's crazy. Why not build your roster the best you can build it? I never understand the people that get caught up in all the money, right? Like, I only care about what it does to the cap. I don't care if it's 18 million, 20 million. It ain't my money. What do I care? All I care is, what does the cap number say? Everybody's flipping out about Saquon Barkley and what he got. Who cares? What does the cap number say? It says $3.9 million. That's what I care about. Other than that, who cares? Not our money. Who cares if the Eagles go out and spend money? As long as they do it in a way that it doesn't hurt them in the cap long term. Joel says, I'm glad we didn't overpay for these. Sam Darnold, $10 million. Jacoby Brissett, $8 million. Marcus Mariota, $6 million. Trubisky, $5.2 million. Drew Lock, $5 million. I would rather have Kenny Pickett than Drew Lock. I'd rather have Kenny Pickett than Mitchell Trubisky. So I'm just saying. McGee and Pickett combined, both are cheaper options when you standard backup quarterback contract. Definitely good for the cap having those two as backups. Exactly. I see nothing wrong with it. Rogue says, I think after the draft, Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, and Nick Sirianni take Jason Kelsey out to dinner and on the yacht, and give him a truckload with beer and get him back for one more year. I mean, why not? Why not come back after one more year? We got 1,800 people in the chat. Make sure you guys hit that like. Make sure you subscribe. Let's get over 1,000 likes. Let's do it. We could be worse. It could be Dallas. I mean, I guess, listen, we could always do what Dallas did. We could go and sign Cat Williams. We could have got Cat Williams, but we took Kenny Pickett. I love it. I think the Eagles, it doesn't, the Kenny Pickett move doesn't get me like, I'm not like, oh, yeah, this is the most amazing thing. I'm like, all right, good move. I see what you're doing here. No risk, high reward. I hate to break it to people, but it's very rare to have what happened with the Eagles in 2017 when Nick Foles took over and it's very rare. When you lose your quarterback for the whole entire year, it's very rare to win. So, the percentages work out. If you're going to get a young kid on a rookie deal who had, enough talent to make the Pittsburgh Steelers draft them, and you want to develop him, and he's got some game experience, why not? Well, did Tone get fired as possible? No, I think his contract ran out. I tell you what, I don't know if Tone can go on other shows or anything, but he's welcome to come on here. Matter of fact, if he's out there somewhere and he wants to jump on and give me some comments, I'll take it. Josh Sweat is mid, y'all. And what's your team, Rashid? JD Sports Talk, David Super Chat goes, thoughts on Elliott Shore Park's tweets on Pickett? I haven't seen Elliott Shore Park's tweets on Pickett. What did he say? It could be worse. We could be Dallas. Exactly. Happy birthday, Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is 9,000 years old exactly today. Exactly 9,000 years old. Absolutely. Twin says, chalk it up sports 500 for Tone. Yeah, is he on? Is he still rolling? John says Tone's insight was terrible and he talks too much. I like Tone. I think Tone's a good guy, man. He's a hard worker. Ball Brute, David Super Chat. He goes, the way this roster is shaping up, Pickett will be playing in the fourth quarter. Exactly. Pickett in his small hands with his small clipboard, his small little Capri Sun. You know what I mean? That's fine. I don't know. To me, Pickett thing is like interesting. All right, cool. I like it. Now, Jalen Hurts, don't get hurt. Just don't go get hurt. We got work to do. We got to figure out this Reddick thing. This is the big thing to me. Ryan Davis Super Chat goes, look up the picture of Kenny Pickett wearing Wentz jersey. Oh, I believe it. What did you miss? The Eagles restructured Josh Sweat's contract. It looks like he's staying now. And then the Eagles just did a pick swap in order to get Kenny Pickett. So the Eagles got Kenny Pickett, the quarterback from Pittsburgh, as a backup. You want a white rerun? There you go. Jeremy, thank you for the super chat, my man. He goes, I like this move. What's next, you think? I'm glad Sweat's still here and want to keep Reddick. All right, my prediction is the next move is a Hassan Reddick extension. I think they're working on a Hassan Reddick extension. Philly, did you watch the CJ Garner Johnson presser? He's rolling with 8 this year. He wants to bring the Mamba mentality. I did. I was listening to it driving home from work, I do have a clip of him I want to play though, because they asked him a question about the fans. I really liked his answer, so I'm gonna pull that up and we'll play that in a little bit. Let me do a poll. I have to do a poll here. I'm really shocked about the pushback on the Kenny Pickett. Like I'm surprised people don't like it. Do you All right, I got a Kenny Pickett poll. Please make sure to answer this because I'm really curious what you guys are going to say. So basically, Pickett had a Wentz moment and got traded. He did. Yeah, a Wentz moment. Kelly Green, Batman, thank you for the super chat. He goes, already getting harassed by Steeler fans. Help. You're getting harassed about what? He's a back. You just remind them he's a backup. He's a backup. They're the ones that drafted him in the first round, not us. Cody says, I might be in the minority, but I like the old number system for better. I do too. I'll be honest with you. I like the old thing too. I like the idea that, the corners weren't wearing single-digit numbers and stuff like that. I do too. To me, it's got too much of a college feel. Pickett will be trade bait, maybe. If you could build them up, maybe. So you go to camp, right? What you do is you go to camp and you go, oh my gosh, Kenny Pickett has really impressed us. He has taken a giant step. And you talk about it constantly. Then you play him in preseason a lot and you build him up. Hopefully he has big numbers of preseason. And you build up his equity. And then the team needs a young quarterback. Boom. There's another second-round pick. Pickett was free. No, he didn't cost a third. You liars. No, he didn't cost. It was a pick swap. You didn't lose the pick. You just moved back 22 spots. Steve says, this is the same vibe as 2017, and I don't mean that quarterback. I mean how he's putting the team together. You can tell he's going after guys the coordinators want. I actually feel like it has more of a 2022 vibe. And the reason I say is that 2017 year was a lot of like older guys, 1-year deals. This is like younger guys, like Saquon Barkley, young. CJ Garner Johnson, young. Devin White, young. Kenny Pickett, young. These guys are fairly young still. We're not getting 32-year-olds, 31-year-olds. I kind of like that. So I like it. It gives us a backup that can end up trading him for more. That's what I think too. Kenny could challenge Hurts if he struggles again. Well, I hope that doesn't. I don't think that'll happen. And I think the Eagles, we won't have to hear we gotta play the backup. We gotta, if they got Fields, it would be like Hurts threw an interception, put Fields in. Hurts threw an interception, put Fields in. What's the difference between Hurts and Fields? You won't have to deal with that. Feel like the year we got T.O. and Curse. It does have that, yeah. What if Howie uses Kenny for trade for Fields? that would throw me for a loop. I gotta tell you, Filthy Clean. That would throw me for a big time loop. We got 1,800 people in the chat. Thank you guys so much for being here. Hit that like. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't. And let's get over 1,000 likes. We got 732 likes. Let's get 1,000. Every time we get 1,000 or over, the video, the live does very well in replay for people because they push it out. We gave up 2 sevenths. That's 2 Brock Purdy's. Yeah, if you can find Brock Purdy. Where's John Doe? If I see John Doe, wherever he is going to be flipping out. This is what he's been pushing. I got to give him credit when he's here. Mark says, I think Pickett trade is for a comp pick when he hits free agency. Yeah, you probably could get one of those. Philly, I got to think Kenny plays good in preseason. Fans will be asking for him to take over. I hope not. I mean, I don't think so, but we'll see. You know. Yeah, pinky up, absolutely roast pork Italian. Man, that's my favorite sandwich. That's my favorite sandwich, yo. Roast pork sandwich with the broccoli rabe, the sharp provolone. God, I just want that sandwich. CJ Johnson's wearing number 8. Yes, he is. So today during a press conference, CJ Garner Johnson, they asked him about what happened with the fans and his apology. I want to play what he said here, if you guys don't mind, because this is what he said.
Apologize to fans.
I'm obnoxious. I thought it was a compliment, to be honest with you. So I mean, all jokes aside, it wasn't. I was just in my feelings. You want to be somewhere so bad to the point where you can't control certain things. So certain things were said, but there was no meaning to it. I mean, I'm back, so I guess we all happy. Family reunion.
No.
Family reunion, and he was in his feelings. Exactly what we talked about. Exactly. He never wanted to leave. I'm glad that CJ Garner Johnson is back. I'm going to play for you guys in a little bit. As soon as it uploads, I'm going to play him, what number he'll have, because he's going to be wearing number 8, and I cannot wait to get it. I will get a number 8 jersey. Dropping out of the 3rd round for this bump, 22 spots. 22 spots. 22 spots. Who cares if it says 3rd round or 4th round? Like, what's the big difference between 100 and 101? If one's the 3rd and one's the 4th round, who cares? It's 22 spots. I don't look at it and go, well, it's not a 3rd rounder, it's a 4th round. It's 22 spots. 22 spots in going into the end of the 3rd, 4th round. Who cares? If the Eagles really see somebody they like, they'll move up and get them. Let's stand outside and Nova Center and get rid of 3-4 scheme. Well, that I would do. Katie, thank you for super chat. Join Tinfoil Dingbats today. Thank you so much. Been watching you for about a year now. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I will have Tinfoil Dingbats out Saturday or tomorrow. Yeah. So we tend to do some conspiracy stuff on that. Whatever I could get away with. It's getting harder and harder because of YouTube. But thank you so much for joining. Thank you for super chat. And thank you for your support. It means a lot. OBM says, Philly, Howie friggin' did it again. Now we have a dual threat quarterback lineup. Yeah, I like it. Simmons is still out there. Yes, he is. Freshie says, 500, did you see Stephon Diggs' tweet? Looks like he's getting out of Buffalo. I totally could see that, but where's he going to go? Because if he doesn't go to Dallas, those fans are going to lose it. They think that they've deserved Diggs for 2 years now. And you notice how I say they think they deserve him. Kenny Pickett, I won't be surprised if he's not playing. He won't be playing. The idea is for your backup to not play. Guess that one dude that has been saying Pickett to the Eagles for over a year now is right level. I don't know about 3rd, though. Howie Vision, indeed. Yeah, well, it wasn't really 3rd. It was a pick swap. You just exchanged picks. 22 spots. That's all. John Doe has been talking about Pickett for a long time, so he must be thrilled. 500, do you have W Riz? What is that? I don't even know what that is. What does that mean? You would still need to go after a cornerback or linebacker, Cooper DeJean. The Eagles still need a corner. They still need a linebacker. If the Eagles extend Reddick, and can keep Reddick now and keep Sweat, I think the first pick in the draft's gotta be a corner. You gotta go get a corner. I say go get Quinyon Mitchell. You know, Philly, we missed out. Yeah, did you see? And he went for like $6.5 million. It was something really small like that. I thought that would have been a good signing, but hey, it is what it is. I believe in incentives. Yeah, definitely. Kenny Pickett got benched twice last season. Well, that was last season. I mean, we're not asking him to be a starter. We're asking him to hold a clipboard, a very small clipboard. Troy says, I'm sweating bullets about Reddick. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Reddick. I don't know what to think about that. Like, are they going to – I keep seeing things saying, well, looks like Reddick's the guy that's out now. And then I see things like Reddick's going to sign an extension. So I don't know what's going to happen. It's Booty Time says, can we address Cowboy fans appropriately and call them Nancy asses? That sounds good to me. I thought Blackman's re-signed. Annette, David Super Chat. Bring Haas back. What do you think, Philly? 100,000%. Bring Hassan Reddick back. You needed another pass rusher anyways. You got that in Bryce Huff. Yeah, bring him back. Ryan, David Super Chat goes, Steelers are in trouble with Russell as their quarterback. Yeah, I mean, I guess Kenny Pickett wanted out because of Russell Wilson. I don't know. It's crazy. 500, would you be mad if they drafted a right guard to complete the line? No, of course not. If the Eagles see a right guard and they're like, all right, this kid's a stud. He could be a Pro Bowl type guard. We think that, we get him and he could play right away. No, I would be fine with it. Matthew, member for 27 months. Thank you so much. He goes, hate the new word mark on the jerseys we have. It don't fit. It doesn't really fit the font of the numbers that the Eagles have. I think a complete upgrade is coming. A refresh, rather. I just think they haven't announced it yet. Introduce a new word to 500. I was also want to introduce the term scorigami. There you go. Man, if we bring Reddick back, this D is nasty. It is. I mean, if you bring Reddick back and a Sweat kid return to form, I mean, it's nasty. And then you have this kid, Bryce Huff. You have 3 legit double-digit sack guys. That's what you want. And you've still got Brandon Graham who rotates in. And then you have the guys on the inside. I mean, I think it would be great. Watch when 500 leads, Reddick will sign his contract. I know. It probably will happen. Would you trade Reddick and a second for Myles Garrett? Yes. Because I think you're dealing with a clear upgrade. Myles Garrett is absolute stud. So I would do that, yeah. Philly, all I got to say is that the Birds need at least 3 more significant moves on defense. You need to match the 49ers defense. I agree. I think you still need some moves on defense. I still think you need another linebacker. I still think you need another safety in the corner. So I agree with you. The question is where is it going to come? Because I could see linebacker being addressed in the draft. I could see that, corner, I really think that the way things are starting to pan out, I think cornerback actually may be the place we go in round 1. So it's going to be interesting. Philly 500, do we need help on the O-line? Well, I mean, I think we need some depth. The right guard spot, we're still trying to figure out. Cam Jurgens going back to center. So you got Mulata, Dickerson, and Jurgens. I think your left side's good. But that right side is kind of open competition. You have Steen. You got this guy Hennessy back. So you could use another player, especially another guard. I think this Steen kid, I think that he could potentially be good. I think the Eagles like him. What did they draft him in the 3rd or 4th round last year? So he may be the guard that we go with essentially. But yeah, you could use some depth at least there. I got good news yesterday. My daughter, who's in the Navy, got orders to return stateside from Japan. So hopefully, oh man, how awesome is that? That's great, man. That melts my heart. I'm happy for you. Get little Philly back. We'll be able to watch games with you next year. That's great. You must be so happy, man. Good for you, man. Osh gosh bagosh. I'm calling it Carter, 9 to 11 sacks. If Carter gets that with what I think these other guys could get, it's big time. Yeah, I like the idea of Trotter in the second round. You know, and off the ball, I mean, we'll see what they do. They really need another off the ball linebacker, like a big physical inside linebacker would be nice. Kyle Brady, thank you for super chat. Do you think the Eagles will trade for Patrick Surtain? I mean, we keep hearing his name. I don't know what to make of it. I've never heard a guy's name talked about so much in a trade that I don't even know if he's even getting shopped around. But, I mean, Daniel Jeremiah did bring his name up about the Eagles possibly trying to inquire about him. I would say if I had to bet no, they don't trade. I traded for him. But would I love it? Yeah. I agree. We need to go corner round one. Maybe need to move up to get our guy. I think you're going to have to move up to get a corner. Like, I think you're going to have to go from like 22 to like 15. But that Quinyon Mitchell kid, that's the kid I want. I think he's going to be a stud. Steen was a third. So, you know, they're looking at Steen as a third, man. They want him to play. Giovanni King, thank you for super chat. Vander Esch and Gallup being released. 2 trash players. I don't want anything with them. To me, Gallup never recovered from his injury. I don't think it'd be worth it to keep him. I don't want him, to be honest with you. I'll pass on Gallup. Aaron Donald. Yeah, Aaron Donald retired today. That's true. Do the Birds still have Quez Watkins? No, he's a free agent. Slasher says, Reddick and Sweat are going to stay for one more Super Bowl push. And after that, Nolan Smith and Bryce Huff are the future there for us. We got a 3rd-round comp pick for Reddick after contract. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen too. And if that's the case, and those guys are only one more year, then you can't rule out them also going edge rusher early in the draft as well. But I think you're right. To me, like, why trade Sweat and Reddick? You know what they're capable of. Now you added another guy who's young that can get sacks, and hopefully Nolan Smith is like the wild card. Like, he's the bonus, the icing on the cake. If Nolan Smith develops, then this team's going to go to another level. John Davis, super chat, my man. He goes, Tori, congrats on your daughter returning home. My twin brother's in the Navy stationed in Japan. He is a cockroach Cowboy fan, so he can stay. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, my man, I'm so happy for Troy. Luke Bradshaw, man, thank you for super chat. He goes, you see Joe Castro's tweet about Reddick? I did not. What? Let me see. Let's pull it up. What did it say? I didn't see it. Did he say that they're going to do one or they're not? Gordon, thank you for super chat. He goes, CJ Garner Johnson, the bouncer, the enforcer, is back. His interview was classic. Laugh out loud. He came back with that winning mentality. Let the games begin. Absolutely. I'm happy he's back for sure. Yeah, they wouldn't release Reddick. They would trade him. But what are you going to get for him realistically? Reddick coming back makes sense. An extension for Reddick makes a lot of sense. No, or even they don't even have to do an extension. Just do a restructure, and you'll save $11 million in cap space, and he'll be here for one more year. No way we will let Reddick walk this season. I don't think we're going to either. Pick 6, Nick Davis Super Chat goes, doing your cigar video tonight. 100K, congrats. I don't know if I'm doing it today. Not tonight, but I don't know what day we're going to do it. Won't be tonight or tomorrow. Maybe Sunday, but we'll see. I'll be streaming tomorrow. Like, I got Philly Shakedown podcast tomorrow night, and then I'll be streaming tomorrow during the afternoon more of this. So we'll be busy. Jason, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, still need a vet linebacker and one in the draft. Agreed. Too many solid cornerbacks not to draft one. A safety and another tight end that can block. I'm good. And we can't forget about a wide receiver. I mean, I know that's the offensive side of the ball, but I still think you need to get a slot receiver. I mean, we also need to remember that this is only like day 5. This is day 5. And then look underneath and look at all those scrolling names. Look at the amount of things the Eagles have done. My daughter's still sick. Now my other daughter's sick. I think they got some sort of stomach bug. I'm hoping I don't get it. But they both threw up. So I got 2 daughters home today. No, we good on receiver tripping. What do you mean we're good on receiver? You need a third. Who's your third receiver? Who's your third receiver? Devontae Parker? I don't trust Devontae Parker to be my third wide receiver. You're set with A.J. Brown and Devontae. But, I mean, who's the third receiver? Who's the slot receiver? I don't know how I could be tripping. Michael Thomas is slot. I don't know. I like the idea of Odell Beckham in slot, but I think you should draft one. Like I say this, the way I see things going right now, draft Quinion Mitchell in the first round, right? And then take a kid like a receiver in the second round, like that McConkey kid, right away. Put him in the slot. And then go linebacker, and then go offensive lineman, and then, go from there. But that's what I would do. Yeah, McConkey looks like a slut. He does. Carlos Lopez, thank you for the super chat, my man. Appreciate that. Thank you. No, Filthy Clean, we don't have Cunningham. He's a free agent. And Carlos Lopez, thank you for the super chat. It doesn't say anything, but thank you. I don't think we have the money to pay Reddick $25 million per year. I don't think they want to pay him $25 million per year. But you could restructure this year's contract, give him more upfront money, save $11 million in cap space, and he could play out his contract. Eagles are doing big business. Howie Roseman, you know it. Yeah, Devontae Parker, I'd say I can't rely on him that he's a number 3. He's gotten old real quick. I don't see him as a third receiver. I think he's a 4th receiver. I see him as like Julio Jones' spot from last year. I still think you need somebody between Devontae Smith and Devontae Parker. Hey, Phil, there's a report that Diggs is going to go to the Cowboys. I don't believe it. Dallas Cowboys, that would be a big move for them. They need another wide receiver. So that would be a big move for them. But I'll believe it when I see it. Cowboys think they're getting everybody. I mean, 2 days ago, it was certain that Henry was going to be a Cowboy, and they didn't even reach out to him. Cilio hates every move and says the Niners are still better by far thoughts. He always doesn't like it. I mean, it doesn't surprise me at this point. Corey Clement coming back. I'd rather draft the running back. I mean, I like Corey Clement. I respect everything he did for us. But I would rather I think I'd draft the running back. But if they brought him back, I mean, I don't know. Member for Jeff Ray, member for 25 months. Thank you so much. He goes, just got on. Can you fill me in on Sweat? So Josh Sweat restructured his contract today to stay with the Eagles. Now it looks like he's going to be staying And I think somebody said it was like $2 million in cap space. But Josh Sweat is now going to stay. He's playing on a restructured lower contract. And yeah, he'll be an Eagle. The question is what's going to happen with Reddick. Ringo Rivers, Isaiah Rodgers in the house too. Yeah, Rodgers, you got to look as another free agency move. We didn't have him this year, or last year, so I like it. I don't see how. I don't even know how the Cowboys would afford Diggs. They don't even have a running back. They literally have no. Can you imagine A.J. Dillon said, "I would rather stay with the Green Bay Packers as a backup than go play as a starter in Dallas." Van Der Esch got released. How much did that save them? Is restructured contract just negotiated? No, it's just changing the way the contract is. Usually what that means is like they take some of that cap space money and stuff and they kind of give it's some sort of in the form of guarantees or bonuses. It's just a way of saving cap space. Should we bring Maddox back? If it's low enough, I think they should draft a corner in the first, is what I think. Township spanked us at basketball, 8th grade, 77-17, never forget. That's funny. The Titans just released Andre Dillard. Did they really? Wow. Flipping the birds. Thank you for super checks. Dallas cut Gallup. I don't want anything to do with him. I think Gallup shot. Like, I shouldn't say shot, but Gallup never got his speed and his burst back after his injury. I really thought he was going to be better this year, but he didn't look right. I would stay away from him. Can Van Der Esch is like, he'll play like 3 games and then he hurts his neck. I think he's too banged up. I wouldn't touch Van Der Esch. Not a third for Pickett, a pick swap for Pickett. They didn't give up a 3rd-round pick. They swapped 22 spots. So they dropped back 22 spots in the draft. They kept the pick, essentially. So nobody wants to play in Dallas. No. Breaking news, Reddick signs 2-year deal. I hope you're right. I mean, to me, that would be the biggest thing. I would be so happy if Reddick is situated and going to stay. And now, I think our defense would be vastly improved. Reddick, I love you, no pause. G-Lo says, Philly 500 for guard or center. What about Jackson Flowers Johnson from Oregon? He could play guard or center. Write his name down and watch him. I'll have to watch him. But I tell you what, any of these guys that can play multiple positions is very attractive to Stoutland. So, whatever the Eagles do offensive line-wise, I don't worry about it because I know they got Stoutland. Andre Dillard's released. That's hilarious. Pickett, not no bum. Pickett's just a backup quarterback. Reddick just signed. Somebody said that in there, but I have to see. Let me find out. I believe that's the next move. I thought that was the next shoe to drop. I'm looking for it. I don't see anything yet. Nothing yet on Sweat. I cannot confirm that, Jalen. I do not see anything stating that as fact. So I don't know. Quaz, what's going on, buddy? He says ideas on draft. Keon Coleman from FSU. 6'4", 250. Yeah, I like him. And put him outside and rotate Smitty and AJ in the slot with Parker as a fourth. I like it. And he could play outside when eventually that day comes that you're going to have to probably move on from AJ Brown. I like it. Reddick just signed. People are saying it, but once I see confirmation, I will definitely talk about it. Flip of the birthday for Super Chat goes, send Gainwell, one of our second rounders, a 2025 second rounder for Stephon Diggs. Dallas fans would love it. Self-made David Super Chat. Steelers might use the picks to get Fields. Well, there's 2 7th-round picks in 2025. They didn't gain a pick from us. They swapped picks from us. They didn't get an extra pick. Lonnie Taylor, thank you for the Super Chat. Appreciate it. Jason, David Super Chat. Malachi Corley is a great wide receiver, Western Kentucky. Mitchell McConkey probably will be gone. You think McConkey and Mitchell go first round or early second? Pickett still thinks Pickett signing puts pressure on Hurts because he's a local guy from Jersey. No, I don't think it puts pressure on him at all. I haven't seen anything about Reddick. Let me end this poll though. Let's see what this poll said. So, do you like the Kenny Pickett trade for the Eagles? Wow, 72% of the people said yes, 27% no. I really thought everybody was going to not like it. I guess I must be clicking on the people that don't like it. Wow. All right, I like it. I'm with them. What a wild draft day scenario. You see us moving up to get Verse, maybe moving up to get offensive line or wide receiver. I see us moving up to get a corner. But I think it's really going to depend on what happens with Reddick here. But I think a guy like Quinyon Mitchell, I think you're going to have to go up in the draft to get one of the best corners. Like, I think you're going to need to get it from like 22 to like 17, 16, 15. This guy wants to be a Dallas fan so, but he can't stop talking about them. He's always got Dallas on his lips. You want to talk about Dallas? Let's talk about Dallas. Dallas just signed Cat Williams. Cat Williams, the running back of the Cowboys. Cowboy fans are so bitter. They got nothing to talk about because they've done nothing. Carlos David Super Chat. He goes, I love the white pickup. He has a Pro Bowl and second team All-Pro plus a Super Bowl under his belt. He's got the talent. We know it's in there. Can he get it out, you know? Lonnie Taylor, David Super Chat goes, Titans release Andre Dillard. Should we? We should not. No, I'd stay away. Nothing on Reddit. Nothing on Reddit. Nothing on Reddit. I see nothing. People saying it's happened. It hasn't happened. All-Pro Stephon Diggs seems to say goodbye to Buffalo, and that he's being traded. He changed his bio photo of him wearing and waving and said, "Ready for whatever." Well, where's he getting traded to? The best is when he gets traded, like literally Cowboy fans will melt down. They have been pushing for him for years now. Fabio David Super Chat goes, if White don't work, can we cut him and save cash? He's only $7.5 million. So you could cut him, but he's only got a 1-year deal. So there's no risk there. John David Super Chat goes, Josh Castro reported that red extension extended 2 years, but that's all I see. Joe Castro's pretty good and he's usually right. So I trust Joe Castro, but I always need more than one source. Eagles, he said 2 hours ago, he said Eagles will be extending Hassan Reddick for 2 years. Well, he said they will be. That doesn't sound like they did it yet. So we'll see. Imagine getting the Steelers quarterback. Imagine getting Cat Williams. Imagine. I don't know how you could talk to us about getting anybody when you got who you have. Everybody needs a backup quarterback. I don't understand why. This isn't rocket science. You're trying to troll on a backup. Like, literally, you're really trying to troll on a backup quarterback? Everybody needs a backup quarterback. My Miami friend just said, I'm trying to trade Tyreek Hill for Howie. Yeah, he can't have him. What do I think of Kenny Pickett? I think he's a backup quarterback, a young kid that has some talent that maybe with a change of scenery, right coaching, can develop into something. But I think he's primarily a backup and not much more than that. Diggs on his way out. A little surprising, but the Bills are obviously focusing on bolstering the wide receiver position with Hollins and Saint. With Hollins, though, I don't. As long as Diggs don't go to Dallas, I'm happy. I don't care where he goes. Just don't go to Dallas. That's what I want. Philly 500. To tight end number 2, I think the Birds should go sign Hayden Hurst. He was released by the Panthers earlier this week. Thoughts? Yeah, I'm open to adding another tight end, but I think you could do that in the draft. We won a Super Bowl with a backup. Yeah, and you know how rare that is? That's only happened, like twice in all those years? To assume that that's capable of happening again is not realistic. But that's not to say that you don't go after a guy like Kenny Pickett. You're talking about a first-round pick who's got some talent. Maybe the Eagles feel like they can develop him. Simmons, as far as I know, Justin Simmons has not signed with the Eagles. We got over 1,700 people in the chat. If you're new, hit that like. Make sure you subscribe. Let's get over 1,000 likes. Can we move from the Kenny Pickett because he won't be playing? I know that's the crazy thing. I just realized I was still following Carson Wentz on X. Unfollowed. Arkansas down bad. I want Diggs to go to Dallas. I don't. Aaron Donald retired after 10 seasons. How about that one? Fletcher Cox goes, and now Aaron Donald. No, the last we heard about Justin Simmons was that Justin Simmons wanted too much money. And it was the Eagles were talking to him, the Titans were talking to him. I think Detroit started talking to him, but it sounds like he wants a lot of money. Now, if he comes down off that price, I think the Eagles will go after him. So we'll see. Dallas won't spend money on Diggs. Yeah, probably not. Did we really get Simmons? No. Did somebody say we did? No, there's a lot of trolls. You just got to be careful of the trolls. They'll say anything. Let's see. So here you go. Here's the updated picks for the Eagles. Where the hell did it go? There's an updated pick for the Eagles and they got nothing. So the Eagles got their own. They got. This is all missile. I don't know what the hell this person is writing. It makes no sense. 500. What about Will Compton? I don't know. What do you mean? I think what the Eagles need to do is they need to draft a corner in the first round. They will spend money on Diggs, plus they have his brother. Yeah, it doesn't. Even if they did get Diggs, they're not a threat anymore. Tex boy, your one talk trash ass team haven't done anything. Hold up, they try to get Jacksonville, Brandon, and Brandon, you should try to go get Buffalo now. Linebacker from 6'3", 240. I like the size. I definitely like the size. I don't want Dillard back. No, I don't think we need. I mean, well, if they sign him, sure, but I don't think we need him. I think what the Eagles need to do is we need to figure out what we're doing with Hassan Reddick right now, because to me, what we do with Hassan Reddick really is going to let me know what's going on with the draft. I feel like if the Eagles get Hassan Reddick, situated and extended, I think I think we're going cornerback in the draft. Like I'll feel really good that we go corner. You think they're using Pickett as draft capital? Well, I mean, who wants him? I don't think anybody wants him. I don't think he's worth anything. I mean, the Eagles got him on a pick swap. Don't be surprised if at 22 I don't mind the offensive tackle. As long as the offensive tackle is better than the cornerback on the board. But usually the thing with offensive tackle in that position, not all the time, but usually when you get an offensive tackle that's a first rounder, usually that's like they go high first round, and if they fall 22 and there's a good one, I have no problem with that, especially if he could play guard. But I think the pick is cornerback, especially I'm assuming they're going to keep Hassan Reddick. I don't believe they're going to trade him. I think they're going to keep Hassan Reddick. Goes, thank you for the super chat, my man. He goes, heard we extended Reddick for 2 years. That's what Joe Castro said. I haven't seen anything else on it, but it makes sense. It makes sense to extend him. He's your one true defensive playmaker. I don't know why we wouldn't want to extend him. What happened with Bijan Robinson? What do you mean what happened with him? He was great. What if Quinion Mitchell was taken before the Eagles? I can honestly see that. But do the Dolphins really take Quinn Mitchell because I don't know. If he goes before the Eagles draft him, there's still other cornerbacks. You just go to the next best player available. It's not like it has to be if it's either Mitchell or nobody else. There's going to be a lot of players to choose from. Just get the best player. Michael says, Philly, did anything happen in the last 20 minutes? I had to take my 2-year-old husky for a walk. Nothing. It's been just a lot of I don't know, debate about what's his face, but nothing really. At least Howie and the Eagles are trying to improve. Cowboys not so much. I know, right? I'm sure the Rams want Reddick. I'm sure there are teams that want Reddick. But the question is, will the Eagles be willing to give him up? I mean, I think that the free agency has gone so well for us, and we have really retooled in so many ways, that if you keep Reddick and you keep Josh Sweat, you add Bryce Huff, you add Devin White. I mean, I don't know. This defense has a chance to be pretty good. You still got to fix your corner situation. You add C.J. Garner Johnson back, maybe get another safety. Maybe Justin Simmons will come down in price, and you sign him. I like where this defense is going. Like, I don't see why trade Reddick at this point. Why get rid of him? Agree, Philly. Keep a Reddick at drafted cornerback, then need wide receiver linebacker. Here's how I go position-wise, right? I keep Reddick. I make sure that I have Reddick, and he's not going anywhere. I'm going to go first round. I'm going to trade up, and I'm going to try to get Quinion Mitchell the corner. But I'm going to take a corner. There's other corners there if he's gone. So I'm going to go cornerback. Then I'm going to go wide receiver, early second. Then I'm going to go another linebacker. I'm going to get myself an off-the-ball linebacker, a big guy that can play inside. I'm going to get a guy like that. Then with my next pick, I may go back to linebacker, or I'm going to go offensive line, get myself like a guard. And those are going to be like my first 4 picks. That's how I'm going to do it. I don't believe the Eagles will sit at 22, and I don't believe they'll trade back. Howie trades up every year. Every year in the draft, he trades up. We have Slade for one more year. Yeah, you have Slade for one more year. And I would get like Quinion Mitchell, and I would just start him. I would start him, let him play. I draft a linebacker second round, I let him play. I let these young guys play, and I allow my offense to carry me because my offense is that good, you know. But I still think on offense, I still think you need another wide receiver. I don't think Devontae Parker is the answer at third wide receiver. I think he's a fourth. I think he's a fourth wide receiver. 3,500 Cowboy fans talk about going all in when Trey Lance is going to be the quarterback for the Cowboys next year. When that goes to a different team, since the Cowboys won't pay him. Yeah, well, they definitely didn't go all in. You know, if they're, I saw Jerry Jones trying to change what that means, but they definitely didn't go all in. If we can't get Simmons, I love getting Julian Blackmon on cheap. I thought he was gone. I thought Blackmon. I thought he signed with the Colts. Am I wrong? And Eddie Jackson, cheap 1-year deal. Since he's familiar with Vic Fangio's system. Who else is out? What other safeties are out there? I don't know who else is out there. You could always draft a safety too, you know. Ojomo, I like Ojomo. I think Ojomo is going to be one of those guys that rotates in at defensive tackle. I thought he played well at the end of the year. I think he'll be fine. Really, what the defense needs is they need Jordan Davis to be what he's supposed to be. Him and Carter got to be better than they were last year. They've got to. Carter's got to take that step. Jordan Davis has got to be better. If he is, and we can get good play from them, I'm telling you, everything else will be set up. This defense and these players, including Reddick, under this organization, will be bazooka. It will be crazy. I think it will. I think it's going to be awesome. That's why I'm saying, why trade Sweat? Why trade Reddick? Keep him. Listen, if Reddick goes next year, you have Nolan Smith, right? Hopefully Nolan Smith can take over. You have Josh Sweat goes. You have this Huff kid that can take over. Then you just need to go out and get another. See, I believe that you should have 3 pass rushers on your team. I think you need at least 3 legitimate pass rushers on your team to rotate in. So I always want at least 3. And I think the Eagles got that now. Yeah, Gallup released, and I would stay released if it was me. Kazi, thank you for the super chat. He goes, all in my ass, right? Josh Siegel, thank you for the super chat, my man. He goes, love you, Philly. 2 questions. What is the cap at now? Would you give up for Surtain, a first rounder? What would you give up for Surtain? Not sure what the exact cap is right now. I've heard anywhere from the $27 to $35 million range. It's probably somewhere, I might guess, around $25 million, something like that. I think they're still really good under the cap. Once they extend Reddick, remember, they add like $11 million in cap space. As far as Surtain goes, yeah, I would give up a first rounder for him. I'd give up a first rounder and then some for Surtain. I think Surtain is top 2 best corner in the league, really, really young. So, yeah, I would. I would be open to that. And thank you for the super chat. Eagle Life for David Super Chat goes, this all season has been great. Chief Howie cooking up. Yeah, Howie has been crazy. It's been really crazy and really active. I can't wait to see what the next move is. I feel like there's going to be some out of left field move that we're going to be shocked by. Like, I don't think Devin White was like, that's not completely shocking to me. We know the Eagles needed a linebacker, Saquon Barkley, we heard rumors about that even last year that they want him. So I think there's still going to be one giant surprise. Sean Davis, Super Chat goes, I love Blackman, definitely better than White. Yeah, well, Philly Talk Podcast, thank you for the Super Chat, man. How you doing? Are you sick or something? Everybody was saying prayers for Mike. Are you okay? How do you feel about Kenny Pickett? My thoughts are that it's a no risk, high reward. We're talking about a backup quarterback that hopefully holds the clipboard. But you did a pick swap to get a guy that was first round pick, has some talent. Maybe you could develop him and then turn him around and trade him. I have no issue with it. I think it's fine. It's cheap. And he's played it in games. And if he has to play, guess what? I'm going to run Saquon Barkley, and he'll be okay. So I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It wasn't like they gave up a pick. They swapped picks. They gave up 2 7s in 2025. Okay, we can survive that. But, yeah, I'm okay with it. How about you? I would rather have Ryan Tannehill. I really like veteran presence with Hurt. I think Tannehill's overrated. And what are you going to pay Tannehill? Like $10 million, $12 million? You're paying this kid $2 million, something like that. I'm good with it. We give Pickett and a first rounder and a fourth rounder first or 10. I don't think Denver would do it. I don't think Denver looks at I don't think Denver looks at Kenny Pickett as a guy that they want. I mean, if they really like Kenny Pickett that much, they could have gotten him for cheap from Pittsburgh. I mean, I'd be really, really surprised, Tampering's over. That whole thing ended. Saquon Barkley said they never talked to Howie. As soon as he said that, it's over. There was nothing that could be said because they can't prove anything. Towards this dude got no idea what he's talking about. Who the hell's he talking to? Luffy the Puffy? Puffy Luffy? Denver isn't Denver's not going to trade Surtain. I don't believe they are either. I think Surtain, they gotta look at Surtain and say, all right, we're going to rebuild with him. I don't know where the Surtain stuff comes from. I honestly don't. I hear it all day. I just don't know where it comes from. Sharp Shot, thank you for the Super Chat. 2022 Hurts or 2017 Wentz, and why? 2022 Hurts. And the reason why is 2022 Hurts didn't get hurt. 2022 Hurts, I saw him probably was the best player in the Super Bowl. Wentz couldn't play in the Super Bowl. So for that reason, I'll take Hurts. Hurts played in the playoffs. Hurts played in the Super Bowl. Wentz didn't. And so we never know how Wentz would have been in the playoffs. He might have choked under pressure. We don't know. So I have to go with Hurts. Randy says, I think it's safe to say Cowboys are toast. I honestly think the Commanders had a solid free agency and will be second place in our division. Yeah, once they address the quarterback situation, they've got no quarterback, but they have been active. I think you're right, though. I think Dallas is pretty much in big trouble. Unless they pull some big trade or some big move, I think just relying on having a good draft is not enough for them. Rashid, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, A500 Dancilla said, we are winning 7 games. Yeah, we're winning 7 games, 7 out of the first 8 games. Killer, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, the third we gave for Pickett was a comp pick. But it wasn't a pick. It was a swap. You just moved back 22 spots into the 4th round, but it's only 22 spots. You didn't actually give the pick up. You still have the pick. Mal, thank you for super chat. He goes, you see Jacob Sports hating on every topic. No, it's crazy. The Bucks have agreed to terms with Sua Opeta. I wondered if the Eagles would think about bringing him back just because of his versatility. But that's all right. What if Hassan Reddick trades Steelers? I wouldn't like it. To me, if you trade Hassan Reddick, you trade your best playmaker. It just doesn't make sense to me to trade him at this point. When you've done what you've done defensively and brought in the players that you've brought in, it just doesn't make sense to go out there and now move Reddick. I think free agency went so well for the Eagles and felt perfectly for the Eagles to the point where they said, we have to be crazy to trade Reddick and Sweat. We need to keep them. Do we pay Smitty? We need that one done. That'll happen. But remember, you're going to pick up Devontae Smith's option year. Once you pick up Devontae Smith's option year, you have a whole nother year to get him signed. The one thing that I am not worried about is Devontae Smith being extended. Devontae Smith will be done. Matt Gonzalez says 500. How's your daughter? My younger daughter's still under weather. She's feeling a little bit better this afternoon, but now my older daughter has the same thing, so she's not feeling good. As long as he's under contract, he's a Philadelphia Eagle. He can complain all he wants about his contract. Are you talking about Reddick? I think you just, at the very least with Reddick, you try to extend him for a few years, or you just restructure. But the one thing we have to remember about Reddick, single-handedly in that game versus the 49ers, he destroyed them. And then if you look at the other game versus the Giants, he took that game over too. Reddick is a legit playmaker on defense. And to me, he's still your best playmaker. He's had, double-digit sacks 4 years in a row. I don't think you get rid of a guy like that. Vayton Anderesh has quit football. He injured his neck and cannot injure. And then he came. Well, yeah, I don't know. He's still playing as far as I know. Nobody was saying on this channel. I was saying, and most people on here were saying we prefer not to trade Sweat or Reddick. We'd like to keep them both. But if you have to trade one, trade Sweat. Once Sweat got to the point where he restructured and is staying, now a lot of people say, well, are we going to trade Reddick? I say don't trade Reddick. Vander Esch just retired. Gotcha. Yeah, I heard Knight Rider that Aaron Donald retired. I guess Justin Simmons sitting out the season. No, it's early. I mean, it's early. But if he does come, I'm sure, look, if he comes down in price, the Eagles, the Eagles were going to jump on him because the Eagles tried to sign him. Here's the thing with Simmons. If Simmons goes, I ain't getting the money I want, I'm going to take a 1-year deal and come prove it that I can still play. Maybe he comes to the Eagles. Justin Simmons, the longer this thing goes where he doesn't sign, I think the more likely he comes an Eagle. Philly, how do you think Nolan Smith will fit into Vic's scheme? I mean, I'm sure they'll get him to fit. I'm sure he'll fit. I think I see him in that Hassan Reddick role. He's really a wild card because if he develops, oh my gosh, then we are stocked at pass rushers. Lee Dinero, thank you so much for the super chat. He goes, let's trade Reddick and for Snead and solidify the back end. I don't know what Kansas City's asking. I like Snead though. I do like Snead. I don't know what they're asking for, and I don't know if the Eagles would do it because I don't know how much money it would cost. I think you could draft a cornerback in the first round and it'd be much cheaper. Now, is he Snead? No, but does he have the ability to be a good player or someday develop into it? Yeah. I wouldn't mind that. It would be a lot cheaper. Reddick wasn't even good last season, but again, everybody kind of fell off. Everybody fell off at the end of the year, but he still had 11 and a half sacks. You're talking about Reddick not having a good year, and he had 11 and a half sacks. So if we're talking about a player that has 11 and a half sacks, didn't have a good year, then imagine what a good year is. Yeah, Dallas released Gallup. I have no interest in Michael Gallup. Nate Davis Super Chat. He goes, Mark has been sulking at the Red Brick House all week. He's been sulking, and then all of a sudden, he's like, I understand what the Cowboys are doing. I agree with this. We are smarter than everybody else. We are so smart. What we are doing, nobody else could ever do. I understand it now. We're in a great position. He's totally in denial. Yeah, CJ Garner Johnson was called him Mamba after. Yeah, he was. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull that up. I think I have that little clip of CJ Garner Johnson talking about being number 8. Here we go.
Hey, what do you know about Vic Fangio's scheme?
Legit. I'm ready to ball. All the guys I've been here before, I'm just ready to take the next step as a player and go win championship.
Are you going to still rock the 23?
My favorite player is from here. I think tapping into a different mentality is like, it's something that people will be great to see this year. I'm on my Kobe mode right now, so I'm coming out with the Mamba, coming with the 8.
So he's going to be wearing number 8 this year. Number 8, I'm going to have to get that jersey. He's going to be wearing number 8 after Kobe. That's his player. And, man, it feels good to have C.J. Garner Johnson back. Jesus Hits, thank you for the super chat. He goes, Smith will never be Reddick. We don't see how special he is all those 10-sack seasons with different teams. It's very hard to be, that's for sure. But I think that's their hope, that he can develop into something like that. But, yeah, it's very hard to be Reddick. Richard Hennyman, thank you for the super chat. He goes, do you like my Kenny Pickett? I think it was I'm not like over the hill about it, like, woohoo, celebrate. But I think it's like there's guys making nothing. You're not paying a backup quarterback, $10 million, $11 million. You're not even paying this dude like a million to hold the clipboard. And he's got some talent. He's got some ability, and he can develop. Maybe they can develop and flip him. So I have no issue with it. They just basically swapped picks. They went back 22 picks for him. Why not? Knight Rider, thank you for super chat. He goes, let's swap picks with Chargers and pick the top 10. Yeah, that would be nice. Richard, man, thank you for super chat. He goes, thoughts on getting Devin White? I thought it was great. I think that pickup is the steal of free agency. I really do. I think that Devin White is the steal of free agency because I really feel that Devin White is a good player. I really feel he's got a lot of talent and he can play. I think that he wanted out of Tampa. He wasn't happy to be there. And, he probably should have handled it somewhat different. But if you remember, he was about to get huge money, a giant contract. He wanted an extension. The Buccaneers were in win now mode. They weren't ready to give it to him. Then he asked for a trade. The rumor was he wanted a trade. That at that point, going into that season, after all that, that's when his play started to fall. So I think a change of scenery is really good for him. I think he's going to end up being the steal of free agency. That's how I feel about him. I'm very happy about that pickup. Hey, Philly, watch Gallup go to Buffalo and have the best years, just like his name. That would be funny. That would be funny. Richard Hank Davis super chat, my man. He goes, I don't like giving up 3 picks for Kenny. Well, you only gave up 2 picks. The one pick is a pick swap. So you traded back 22 picks, but you didn't really lose a pick. You still got the pick. It's just 22 picks later, and then you gave up 2 7s in 2025. I'm okay with that. I can live with 2 7s in 2025. I think we'll be okay. The whole Sweat Reddick ordeal hurts my head. They both have been with us for so long, so it would hurt me a little if they. I agree. Gilo says getting Pickett makes sense for multiple reasons. Just think Hurts' style of play. Hurts put himself in harm's way sometimes, and one injury could ruin our season. We needed this. You needed a backup. Yeah. Hey, Philly, watch Gallup go to Buffalo and have one of his best career. I think I read that one. Yeah. Brother says the Panthers aren't done as they are signing Rams safety Jordan Fuller. Source said another defensive addition, Ian Rappaport. Interesting. I think they're in trouble. I think they made a giant mistake with their quarterback who they drafted. I think they're going to pay the price. Steelers' offense was so garbage with Pickett. Yeah, it was. It wasn't that great. But now he's an Eagle. And you know what he's doing? He's holding a clipboard. It may be a very tiny clipboard, but he's holding a clipboard. He's not our starter. We're not relying on Kenny Pickett for anything. And that's the key. Yeah, Pickett did request a trade. Kelsey come back. I agree. I mean, the idea is that Pickett doesn't play. We don't want him to play. I only want to see Pickett in the fourth quarter after the Eagles blowing somebody out and they're sitting their starters. What the Eagles have to do is they have to develop Pickett and develop him, and then let's see what happens. McKee is better than Pickett. That's okay. Let McKee, if McKee's better, let him play. There's no loyalty to Pickett at all. He's a guy that we got to trade where the Eagles, the way I see it, they hope to develop him and then maybe trade him. 2025 season, the Eagles will have Daniel Jones. I don't want him. I'd rather have Pickett than Daniel Jones. Pickett or McKee? I'll say McKee. I'm a McKee fan. I like McKee. I can't wait to see what he does the year 2. But I don't think the Pickett thing is as bad as everybody thinks. You have to pay a backup quarterback $10, $15 million to sit on your roster. They're not paying this kid anything. Pickett's got to be like 25, 26. Richard Henning, thank you for super chat, my man. He goes, since they keep keeping Sweat, you think we sign Reddick and Batman? They'll sign Devontae Smith eventually, if that's what you're talking about. Reddick, I think they're going to keep him. My feeling and my gut feeling is that the Eagles will keep Reddick at least one more year. They may restructure. Maybe they extend him. Maybe they restructure him. I believe Reddick will stay. And why not? Why not? I mean, they've loaded up so much. Why would you want to get rid of these guys now? So what do you think about CJ playing corner? I've been saying a lot of people talk about it, would rather have him at safety. No, I think he's primarily a safety. But remember, when he started his career with the Saints, he was a nickel cornerback. So he converted. He only converted to safety with us. That was the first year he ever played safety. And then he got hurt last year. He's only getting better at safety. Like he is going to keep getting better at safety. So I think you keep him at safety. But at times you can definitely use him in as a cornerback, in the slot or something like that. If they could somehow get Justin Simmons now, then it would create a lot of versatility to use him in all sorts of situations. But he's going to be a safety. He's a ball hawk. He's a natural ball hawk. DB Talking now says, if Reddick stays for 1+ year, they will draft a cornerback in the first round and allocate the Slay money to restructuring Reddick because they will have a first-round corner on a rookie deal. I think that if Reddick stays, in my opinion, if Reddick stays, then I agree. I think Reddick stays. I think the draft pick is a corner. I think you go corner in the first round. Can you get rid of Bradbury? We'll see. But I think you keep you. Let's say you draft Quinyon Mitchell, right? You draft him, you start him right away, let him play. Your offense is good enough to carry your defense. So let the young guys play. So you have Mitchell, you have Slay. Now, when Slay goes after another year or whatever, boom, you got you got Ringo, and Ringo could go right in there. Now you got 2 young corners and young safeties. Your secondary's set. Manuel Davis Super goes, Dak being investigated for 2017. I know, I saw that. It's interesting that all happens right now, right? Where is Diggs going to go? That's an interesting question. Gilo says, Phil, you think CJ Gardner? Yeah, I think so. I think in certain situations he will, yeah. Sign Simmons, trade Reddick, Pickett, and a first round for Surtain. The Broncos don't want Pickett. If the Broncos wanted Pickett, they could have got him for a draft swap. They don't want Pickett at all. They don't. And I don't know where the Surtain stuff comes from, but I don't think they're going to trade Surtain. Cooper DeJean, yeah, I mean, he could be the guy too. I have to see more of him, though. Well, Isaiah Rodgers is a whole nother guy that we don't even think about. Draft Trotter Jr., I like the idea of it. Feel like, can you end your stream so Howie released the news of Sten? I can't do it yet. You got to give me a little more time. I don't even know if I have 1,000 likes yet. Oh, I do have 1,000 likes. At some point, we'll stop it, but we'll see. John Jones, if they're grab him, but I want verse. Well, do you think they get another pass rusher if you do that? I mean, if you keep Reddick, Philly Fly, thank you for Super Chat. Goes, Cowboys had to use all their money for Jerry Jones' secret child. I know, that's what I heard. His secret love child. I love it. All right, I'm gonna have to. I'll be right back. I have to go. I have to make a phone call to work. Somebody's texting me. So let me take this phone call, and I'll be right back.
2 minutes to go. You have plenty of time.
Come on.
Oh, shit! Dad! No!
It's over. It's over. This game is over. Cut it off. It's over.
Fuck.
Congratulations, Green Bay. Congratulations, Green Bay. Congratulations, Green Bay.
I said run the ball.
Congratulations, Green Bay. Dak Prescott, you need to be fired today. That was on you, Dak. That was on you, Dak. That was on you, Dak.
I said run the ball.
That was on Dak Prescott. Trying to feed the Lamb. Trying to feed the Lamb. You trying to feed the Lamb. You got to give it to CeeDee Lamb. God. It's over. It's over, Dak. Put Trey Lance in the game. Trey Lance can't do worse than you.
I'm an idiot because I buy into this shit. Because here's the thing. I am a grown-ass man. And I talk the talk. It is killing me.
I feel it coming. You gotta do something. I feel like it's gonna take Jerry Jones taking the
Compelled you to apologize to fans.
I'm gonna knock shit. I thought it was a compliment, to be honest with you. So I mean, all jokes aside, It wasn't. I was just in my feelings. You know, you want to be somewhere so bad to the point where you can't control certain things. So certain things was said, but there was no meaning to it. And I'm back. So I guess we all happy. And a reunion.
TJ, what do you know about Vic Fangio's scheme?
Legit. I'm ready to ball. All the guys I've been here before, I'm just ready to take the next step as a player and go win championship.
Are you going to still rock the 23?
My favorite player is from here. I think tapping into a different mentality is like, it's something that people will be great to see this year. I'm on my Kobe mode right now, so I'm coming out with the marble, coming with the heat.
All right, sorry about that. I had to take that call. So, yeah, what a crazy day already. The Eagles are just doing it, man. The brothers screwed us. Yeah, I got to get that one back up too. CJ Darden keeping it real. Yeah, he was in his feelings. I mean, he wanted to stay in Philly, of course. He didn't want to go. So I can understand. It's all good now. I'm just glad that he's back, to be honest with you. I'm glad that he's back, and I can't wait to see what this team is going to do next. Somebody asked me, did I rehome the cat? I did rehome the cats. Well, I found a home. I got to I meet the person tomorrow to rehome them. Philly, what are we thinking about the moves today? Eagles busy. I thought that restructuring Josh Sweat was really good because it was hard for me to imagine, one, you would get a lot for Josh Sweat, and two, they've built this team so well. Why get rid of a 25-year-old pass rusher who could get double-digit sacks? Keep him. And then hopefully it gives me hope that Hassan Reddick will stay too. That's what I'm happy about. Oh, I know John Doe, wherever he is, he's going to be happy. Philly 5, so we have Kenny for 2 years and a 5th-year option, which means we don't have to worry about quarterback for a while. Exactly. And if you somehow could build him up, maybe in the last year you could trade him or something and flip him for a second-round pick. Dallas will be 6 and 11. I think Dallas is going to struggle. Saquon is in all-around talent that the Eagles haven't seen in years at running back. They haven't seen it since Shady McCoy. That's the last time. McCoy's the last time they've seen something like that. What's next? I think the next shoe to drop is Hassan Reddick. I'm hoping before I get off today that we're going to get a Hassan Reddick extension. Thumb, thank you for Super Chat. Why is it taking so long to pay Devontae Smith? Well, because Devontae Smith got an option year. So the Eagles will exercise that option year. That gives us a whole nother year to extend him. So I don't think there's a rush to extend him. A guy like Landon Dickerson didn't have that option year. He didn't have that extra year that Devontae has. So I wouldn't worry about it. Devontae's probably going to get extended either during the season or probably into next year. The next thing you'll see is the Eagles will pick up that option year. But they don't need to rush to sign him. So if it was me, though, I would do it now because I think Devontae Smith may end up leading your team in receiving yards. I think Devontae Smith is about to have a monster year. So extend him in August. Smitty ain't going nowhere. If there's one thing that I'm sure about, Devontae Smith is going nowhere anytime soon. I missed your super chat. Uh-oh. Let me go see if I can find it. I apologize for that. Let me see. Let me see. Dennis, I don't see it. I don't have any super chat from you here. And I'm looking at I got all the super chats pulled up. It's not showing. Are you sure it went through? I'm sorry I missed it, but it is not here. Do not see it. Sorry about that. Getting Kenny Pickett made this scheme for the offense seem like we won't be doing much. I don't think they will. I think they're getting away RPOs. I think they've wanted to get away from it. They did it last year, and they're going to continue. 500. I'm worried that we aren't going to stop Cat Williams from running the ball. It's going to be very hard to stop Cat Williams. I mean, dude, look at the power in his legs. Look at those legs. I mean that's like those legs are like tree trunks. Look at the power and the burst off the line. I mean, how are we going to stop that? It's going to be very, very tough. It's going to be tough. Yep, Sweat restructured his contract. So Sweat is staying in Philly. Weldon says, hey, 500, could we trade Hassan back to Arizona in a first-round pick swap for Buda Baker and Arizona date? I mean, you technically could, but I don't know. I have no desire to. I mean, I like Buda Baker, but I have no desire to get rid of Reddick at this point. To me, I mean, Reddick is your he's your best playmaker on defense. Why am I don't want to get rid of him. I want to use him. I want to keep him. Hey, what's up, Philly? Do you think once we extend Reddick, we sign Justin Simmons since we got the extra $11 million cap? Also, what do you think about upgrade wide receiver in the draft? I would my first second round pick would probably be a wide receiver. Like I would even consider trading up for that like Lad McConkey kid. Like if you could like get him in the second round like early, do it. And then you put him right in the slot. You have Devontae Parker will be your number 4 wide receiver. So I would do that. As far as Reddick, yeah, once Reddick extends or restructures, you save $11 million. And I think the longer Simmons doesn't go to another team, the better chance that gives us that it might work out. So I think it's possible, yeah. Hey, Philly 500, could we trade Hassan back there? Oh, I just read that one. He's the best defender we have, and he played great the whole time. He has. Emmett says, I did not see it. No, I did not. So I think it's for 1 year. I think it's like $2 million they save in cap space. I think it's like that. 500. I honestly like the Pickett signing because he can learn from Jalen and other guys, and we can turn him into a good quarterback and then trade for him. Well, that was my thinking too. Eagles is like, he's cheap. You bring him in and you develop him. That was what I was thinking too. The idea is that you don't want to play your backup quarterback anyways. So hopefully he's sitting on the bench. Yeah, Hollywood Brown to the Chiefs is what we heard. That's a good weapon for Patrick Mahomes. If Hollywood Brown could actually stay healthy, that's going to be the thing for him. Why the F will we give up a third pick and move 22 spots? You didn't give up a third pick. You swapped picks. You swapped 22 spots, but you didn't give the pick up. You didn't lose a pick except for the 7th picks in 2025. You only switched picks and you went back 22 spots. I don't think that's anything. I mean, if the Eagles really want to get back up, they can get back up. But to move 22 spots, I don't know. I don't think that's a big deal. I didn't think it was a big deal when they punished Arizona with that. I don't think it's a big deal now. Pickett in a first rounder, Denver. I don't know where the Surtain stuff comes from. Oh. The Denver doesn't want Pickett. If Denver wanted Pickett, they could have got him not for a pick swap. I don't see it happening. Denver does not want a quarterback. They are tanking. I agree. Pickett line coming to Philly. Is that what they're going to call it, Twits? The Pickett line? Oh, God. We have the Folesian Society, now the Pickett line. Emmett says, we have 2 second-rounders, 1 fourth-rounder, a third, 3 fifths, 2 sixth-round picks. Yeah. Yep. And we got that first-rounder, too. You could take You could do so much. You could take that second round pick. You can move up with trading a second, a fifth, go up. You could take one of those second round picks. You could go back and probably get another 3 and 4. There's a lot that the Eagles could do. I'm so confused. Why did we give up? I don't see what we gave up from. We didn't give up. Or I don't know what we're talking about. Weldon says 500. Could we trade Hassan back to Arizona first round? Didn't I answer this one? Yeah, you could, but why would you? You could, but why would you? I don't think they would. Let's say they trade up in the first for Quinion Mitchell. Would a first or second get us? No, that would get you. That would get you further than 15. I don't think that you would have to give that much. I think a first, probably a first and a third or a fourth, probably would get you up enough, because you're probably talking about, like, where do you have to go to get them? Like 15, 16, 17. So like a third rounder probably would get it done. Like first and a third to go from 22 to like 15. Probably first and a third. Restructure Reddick and get a cornerback at number 22, unless they believe Ringo could be number 2. Do you still believe we get a corner here, or do you think we believe enough in Kylie Ringo? I think that you still get a corner, and I think they believe in Ringo. So what I think is this. I think that if you keep Reddick, then I think you go and take a corner in the first round, and you start that corner immediately. Then when Slay goes, you plug in Ringo. I think Isaiah Rodgers goes to the slot and plays in the slot, and that's how I would do it. And those would be my 3 corners. I think that would give you a young secondary. The Eagles pick swapped for Pickett. It's a pick swap. They swapped the 98th pick for the 120th pick. They didn't give up a pick. Ringo is not that guy. Stop it. I don't know that. I don't know. I agree with you. I think time will tell. I think the verdict is still out. But I thought Ringo was very promising last year. To be honest with you, I thought Ringo really played well. Yeah, Devin Allen's still on the team. I forgot about the 2 7th rounders in 2025. I don't sweat the 2 7th rounders in 2025. I'd rather keep McKee. Listen, McKee's on your roster. He's not going anywhere. So if he beats out Kenny Pickett, then he beats it out. He beats him out. I said let the best man win the job. The Eagles tried to get Flacco. The reports were the Eagles did try to get Flacco and bring him in. He went to the Colts instead. What it is people see that the Eagles gave up pick 3, and now they're missing a 3rd round pick because it's only 22 spots. Technically it's a 4th round pick. So they think somehow we got nothing. I don't know. Yeah, Ringo has huge upside. I agree. Randy says, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like Ringo's. I don't think Ringo is number 2. However, part of me feels as though they will not draft a cornerback at 22. They value offensive line. They could go offensive line. It's totally possible, totally conceivable. It would not surprise me one bit. But I mean, I look at Slay and I look at Bradbury. I mean, like you're going to have to replace both those guys at some point. We're talking about getting Surtain, right? People want to go out and get Surtain, but you got to pay Surtain. He's up for a contract extension, just like Devontae Smith. So you have to pay him huge money. You draft a corner and you could get him on a rookie deal. I don't know. It's not a bad idea, but I mean, listen, maybe Ringo's not the guy. I don't know. I thought Ringo played well. I liked what I saw of Ringo. I thought enough that I thought he was promising. No, it's not Ringo from the Beatles. Ringo from the Tombstone. Johnny Ringo. 500, 1K. My daughters are sick. They're sick today. Dad says, and are we keeping Sweat? So now Reddick must. We are keeping Sweat. He restructured his contract. The question is, what's going to happen with Reddick? There's different reports out there. There are reports that the Eagles will trade him now. Then there are also reports that there's a 2-year extension coming for Reddick. I hope that we extend him. That's what I'm hoping. Pickett will only play preseason and fourth quarter, and we sit starters. Agreed. T.L. Hopkins, man, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Appreciate you. He goes, Tyler Boyd for the slot. Tre'Davious White at cornerback. I like Tyler Boyd. Tre'Davious White, I don't know. How old is he? He's got to be, 30 years old? Something like that. How old's Tre'Davious White? Let me find out. He's 29 years old. Nah, I'll pass on White, but I do like Tyler Boyd in the slot. Thank you for the super chat. Andre Dillard got released by the Titans, and that's too bad for him, but I'm not bringing him back. Colts paid $8 million for Flacco. No thing. So they paid $8 million for Flacco, and we have Pickett at $900,000. If Pickett goes out in preseason and has one good preseason game, everybody will flip out. They will flip out. We got a first and 2 seconds. Just hit on all those picks, no matter what position you get, in what order. Cornerback, linebacker, wide receiver, I prefer, though. So you like cornerback, linebacker, wide receiver. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Listen, I think that you still need – I still think one more free agent linebacker we should get. And I still think you should draft early a linebacker. I do. So I'm with you. I'm with you. Back attack. Thank you for the super chat. He's a Packer fan here. Like your channel. Thank you, buddy. Saw your Packers versus Cowboys reaction. I was at the game. Epic. Oh, it was epic. It was one of the best games I've seen in a long time. I enjoyed that so much. Thank you for that. Thank you. And I tell you what, I think the Packers have had a great offseason. I like the moves that you made. And I thought it was absolutely fitting that A.J. Dillon said, I'd rather stay in Green Bay than as a backup to Josh Jacobs than go be a starter in Dallas. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. Pickett was $900,000. Yeah, he's like $900,000 this year, and like $2 million like next year, something like that. He's cheap. Quarterback controversy income. I don't think with Pickett he will be. I think Fields would have been. Fields there would have been. Pickett, I don't think there will be. They do need a right guard. I would not be surprised if the Eagles took a lineman in round 1. That's totally possible, and I'm totally okay with it. When it comes to the offensive line, because of Stoutland, I don't worry about it. Whatever they do, I trust. That'll be okay. Randy says somebody did a mock draft, and they ended up getting us to trade up to get Arnold, the corner from. Yeah, I like Arnold. Arnold's my number 2 corner probably. So I would like Arnold. I like Mitchell's my favorite, but Arnold right now will be my number 2. So I would be okay with that, you know. Philly, I want Kool-Aid. He's the best corner draft. I like Kool-Aid too. He would be my number 3. But yeah, I mean, listen, there are 3 good corners, I think, at least, maybe 4, that you could take in the first round that I think you come in and you just let them start right away. Arnold's he is a stud. I like him. Yeah, Juergens is your center. It looks like Steen, Hennessy, those guys will compete for that right guard job unless you draft somebody. If you draft somebody, like I wonder if they drafted somebody, an offensive lineman, if there's a tackle there that eventually will be a right tackle that they'll play at right guard, kind of like they did with Juergens going from center to right guard back to center. If we could get a cornerback in the first and Peyton Wilson in the second round, if they get Peyton Wilson in the second round, I don't know how the hell I'm going to tell him and Goddard apart. I would like if Edric Cooper. Oh, Edric Cooper would be awesome. I support Dan Cilio. Quinyon Mitchell's my number one cornerback in this draft. Tyler Steen will be the right guard. He's the favorite to win the job. Yeah. Why is Jurgens center? He did not earn it. Dickerson better than Jurgens. You can't move Dickerson. You cannot move Dickerson off that left guard spot. Dickerson was so dominant at left guard. You just can't move him back to center. So Cam Jurgens, you have to remember, Cam Jurgens was pretty much handpicked by Kelsey to replace him. So he's your center. But it would create problems, in my opinion. If you move Dickerson back to center, then you have that. Then who you got at left guard? Like with Jordan Mailata and Dickerson right there. I mean, you just keep those guys together. Let them play. Yeah, we should get somebody to compete with Steen. They think this kid Hennessy, Matt Hennessy, that he's the guy that is going to compete with them. For what it's worth, the Eagles are listed Bryce Huff as a defensive end. The direction among edge rushers, Hassan Reddick and Smith are listed. Josh Sweat, Graham, and defensive ends. Yeah. Well, I think they see him as a defensive end like Josh Sweat. That's where I think they see him. So essentially, if you keep Sweat one more year and Reddick one more year, their replacements are going to be Huff and Nolan Smith. So yeah, it makes sense to me. How about Tanner McKee? I like Tanner McKee. And I can't wait to see what he's going to do. If he goes out and he outplays Pickett in preseason, then yeah, he should definitely be the second backup quarterback. Hennessy's a Temple guy. That's right, he is. Yeah. West Bank Hurt TV. Welcome to Dingbat Nation, buddy. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. It's going to be interesting. Let's see if we got any news today. Has all gone quiet on the Eagles front or what? Sources of the Rams have agreed to terms with Garoppolo. So Jimmy Garoppolo is going to the Rams. Interesting. Jimmy G is a Ram. John Runyon Jr. got signed by the Giants, I believe. Will says 500. Let's understand that Reddick is our closer, and we still have McPherson. Yeah, I completely forgot about McPherson. You're absolutely right. Now he's coming back from injury, so I don't know where he's going to be, if it's going to take him a whole year. But we do have him. The Eagles were really high on him last year going into training camp. Yeah, Reddick is the closer. I agree completely. Hey, Philly Cooper, Dejon should be taken. Yeah, a lot of people like him. A lot of people like him. I need to go look at more of them to know, you know. The Philadelphia Eagles will win the NFC East. I think so. Wentz and Goff together. Wentz went to Detroit? Yeah, Cowboys released Gallup. Don't want anything to do with him. I will pass. Yep, Isaiah Rodgers. We signed him last season. He's healthy. Now he's a solid corner. He's a very solid corner. I think it's going to be very exciting to have him. And he could do returns. Yeah, he's like a whole nother free agent that we forgot. Nobody has signed Simmons. Curl went to the Rams. Washington's going to be a problem very soon. They have 6 picks in the top 100 this year. If they draft well and they get a quarterback, I mean, that's the thing right now. I mean, Mariota's essentially their only real quarterback on that team. Hell yeah, Davey. Hell yeah. Giants got no offense. Giants got no quarterback. They got no wide receivers. They got no running game. Giants defense is going to have to hold teams to 10 points a game to have a chance to win. Think Van Der Esch, absolutely. I think Van Der Esch is washed up. I think Gallup is washed up. Westbrook, Hurt TV says, Howie's got this. Reddick will be back. I think you're right. We value pass rushers to the max. Money going to work. I agree. And remember, as soon as you extend or restructure Reddick, that's $11 million. $11 million in cap space you have. Do I think Kenny Pickett is a good fit for Philly? I don't know. I think he's cheap, and I think the Eagles look at him as a kid with some talent. They took him out to dinner. They wooed him in the draft process. I think they feel like maybe they can develop him and flip him. So, just don't get hurts. That's all. Giants just signed Michael Gallup. Well, he would still be – he wouldn't even be their best receiver. The Eagles' problem isn't talent. I like to think the Eagles fixed their problem. And that was having coaches that actually knew what the hell they were doing. $900,000 is cheap. It is cheap. Is Avonte Maddox getting resigned or over here in Philly? Well, he visited New Orleans. So I think it's likely he won't. I think Avonte Maddox is not coming back, to be honest with you. Rick says, I like Pickett. Got him cheap. Get him a few games as a backup. Showcase his talent. Stop him second year next year. That's what I'm thinking. Build him up in preseason. Every practice. I'll tell you, we're really impressed with Kenny Pickett the way he played. Play in preseason. Let him play a lot of preseason. If he plays good, keep building him up. And then, boom, flip him for like a second. Yeah, Mark is now trying to justify Cowboys making – oh, I know. I saw it. He's in total denial. He's like, all in. I kind of understand what the Dallas Cowboys are doing. Yeah, they stink. Yeah, he's in complete denial. Kyle Martin, Denver Super Chat. He goes, Stone Cold Steve Austin or The Rock. I'll go with Austin. I'm an Austin guy. I like The Rock too, but Stone Cold's my favorite wrestler. Some people sound like we don't have a draft. We need to have some ammo. Yeah, so Howie can move up or down. Just let the coaches make the picks and Howie can wheel and deal. Yeah, I mean, we haven't even discussed trades. I hope they don't trade Reddick. But if they do trade Reddick, the question is, what are they trading him for? Mike says, Philly, apparently in 2025 draft, we'll have a first, a second, and a third. I think we're going to trade back this year for a few more picks. They usually do. It wouldn't surprise me to see them trade up one of those second and then trade one of those second back. You could probably trade one of those second round picks back into the third round and probably get yourself like a third and a fourth. Then you take one of the, take that fourth, or you take one of those fifths. Usually those fifths are what they like to trade for next year. So they'll trade like a fifth for a fourth in 2025. And then they'll get another fourth and they'll trade it for another, a fifth for another fourth in 2025. That's the kind of thing they do. If you think the problem was coaching, then you have a problem. Yeah, the problem was coaching. It was definitely coaching. And that's why they cleaned house from the coaching staff. Not the same coaching staff. It's now pretty much brand new. You got a head coach that's neutered, and you got all new offensive coordinator, all new defensive coordinator, mostly new position coaches. I think the Eagles will be fine. The problem with the Eagles wasn't players, being malcontents or anything like that people try to say. It was that when things started to slide and teams adjusted to the Eagles and what the Eagles had to do, the coaches didn't know how to respond. Those coaches are all gone. Jalen Hurts is elite and clutch. Yes, he is. Washington's building everything around like a quarterback they don't have yet. They have no quarterback. Who's their quarterback going to be? Should we take a run at bringing Clyde Edwards-Helaire to be our backup? Nah, I don't think so. Honestly, I feel like we could win a Super Bowl this year. The Chiefs or the Chiefs, and they will always do well. Coaching is good, and the players aren't injured. I don't see why they can't. Chiefs can win every year. As long as they have Patrick Mahomes, they're a threat every year. But I think the Eagles can. I still think that, I think there's 4 teams in the conference that are going to compete for Super Bowl. It's going to be the Eagles, the Niners, the Packers, and the Lions. To me, those are the 4 best teams in the conference. Dallas, even if they're good, they can't get out of the second round of the playoffs. So they're just not a threat. But I think those are the 4 teams. Drafting. What? Who drafted Daniels, Philly? What are we talking about? I am feeling that Hurts is going to return MVP form with this new look offensive talent. I'm expecting it. The one guy I don't worry about at all is I don't worry about Hurts. Hurts will do everything he has to do to make sure that everything is working good. I'm not worried about Jalen Hurts at all. Dalvin Cook signs with the Dolphins. I don't know what he has left, really, to be honest with you. Well, they said that there was mutual interest in Ayuk and Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville would be good. They would be really good. I like Brandon Ayuk a lot, to be honest with you. Mr. International, what's up? Yeah, he says Vlad McConkey. See, he would be a great fit to put in a slot as a third wide receiver. I think he would do great. I really do. Let me see here. Simmons on a 1-year deal or Isaiah Simmons. I'd rather have Justin Simmons. Bring in Kareem Hunt to be running back number 2. Anything to not have to see Gainwell. I know Gainwell. They probably will draft a running back. That's what I think they'll do. John says, if Ayuk goes to Jacksonville, I don't see San Francisco as a threat anymore. Yeah, I think it would be a big blow to them because I think that he is really good. Hurts was a big part of why we even started 10-1 last year. Defense kept trying to let teams back in the game, and they completely fell apart with Patricia taking over. I know. It's true. It's true. And a lot of what Hurts did was like on one leg. Remember, he was hurt. For several weeks, he could not run. Yeah, McConkey in the slot would be fantastic. Ayuk had 1 year left. Why? No, I think he's I think they franchised him. Didn't they franchise him? There's talk that either he franchised him or there's talk of a trade. Because they're shopping him. Chase Young signs with Detroit. That's a great signing by the Detroit Lions, if that's the case. That's a great signing for them. Add depth as a pass rusher. I'm sorry, but Chase Young still has tremendous amount of talent. So I think that's pretty damn good, if that's true. Let's see. If KC that would be crazy. Detroit doesn't have a quarterback. What, dude? I mean, I don't know how I don't know how people can hate on Goff. I mean, Goff has really been really good. I think Goff's a good player. What do you think will happen to Mike Williams? Somebody will sign him. It won't be us, but he'll sign somewhere. It's a Philly thing. Since Jalen bailed out these coaches in games we won, like the Bills game, both Commanders games, and the Chiefs game against the eventual Super Bowl. Yeah, he did. And then it eventually caught up to us. You think Goff's overrated? I think Goff, if you have a good offensive line and you put talent around him, I think he can win. Okay, I do. I mean, they choked. They should have beat the 49ers in that championship game. They choked that away big time. Do I think we trade Pickett on draft day? No. I don't think we trade Pickett on draft day. The Eagles are going to try to up his value first. That's what they'll try to do. McConkey would be ideal slot. Take him over boy. I would too. I would rather have him too. I just don't know when. I just think you have to probably go up and get him in a second, right? Most people think he's probably like what, late first, early second. So if he's around in the second and you can go out and get him, that's when you do it. I would trade up for him. G5900, a member for 5 months. Thank you so much. He goes, hell yeah, Philly. Now let's resign Smitty and get offensive line. The Smitty thing will happen eventually. Yeah, and offensive line, keep building it. I think the Bears are keeping Fields, trading that number 1 pick to load up more picks. Yeah, I don't think they can get what they want for him. So I think they are going to keep him. Keep him and wait it out until a team, gets desperate for a quarterback. Philly Dilly, welcome to Dingbat Nation. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you. Yeah, I do feel the Eagles should move up for Mitchell. But it also depends on what they do at Reddick. Because I feel like whatever happens with Reddick is going to kind of depend where I'm going in the first round. If you trade Reddick, then I think you need another pass rusher. And if it's true that Chase Young really signed with Detroit, that's another guy off the board. So to me, if you keep Reddick, I don't understand why you would get rid of Reddick at this point. It just makes no sense. You keep Reddick, now you draft then I think you draft a corner. Cowboys might draft Edrin Cooper. You might have to snag him in the first round rather than second. I'm not worried about it, to be honest with you. I'm just going to take the best player available. Reddick sucks. Yeah, okay. Reddick gets a guy gets double-digit sacks 4 years in a row. He sucks. Okay. Sure. Reddick is getting extended. That's what the rumor is, but nothing confirmed. See, I would like to get a corner, and then I'd like to get somehow trade up in a second round. Like, take one of your second round picks, get up. You have what, 3/5? Take a second and fifth, go up. Somehow snag Ladd McConkey. Put him right, start him day one, right in your slot. Man, your offense is set. All last season, you had a problem on offense with one ball. Too many people wanting the ball. Now you drafted Barkley. How does that help? Too many Chiefs, not enough. Yeah, but I mean, where do you come up with that? Like, where do you come up with that the problem was that there wasn't enough balls to go around and there was a bunch of malcontents? Because that's what you're saying. If you're saying that they only had one ball to go around, what you're saying is that we're a team with a bunch of malcontents. Nobody was arguing and fighting and crying about balls. That's just not true. That's been denied thousands of times. I don't know where you come up with that. It sounds like you're either just listening to somebody said that and you're buying that narrative, or you're just making up, because there was never an issue with balls and people not getting the ball. Nobody was complaining. A.J. Brown never complained about not getting the ball enough. That never happened. So that's just a fake narrative. It's just not real. It's just not real. I think Hassan Reddick is looking for large guarantee money. Maybe, and what you could do is if you can't extend him, if it doesn't work out, just restructure. Guarantee the last year of his contract, whatever. Save that $11 million, and then just go from there and let him play it out. We saw AJ yelling at Hurts at least twice. Yeah, but that had nothing to do with him asking for the ball. You see him talking, you see him discussing whatever, and then people just assume, oh, he's crying about not having the ball. And he said 1,000 times it had nothing to do with me asking for the ball. Jalen Hurts said it had nothing to do with him asking for the ball. They were totally talking about other things and whatever else was going on. But everybody just assumes he's crying about not getting the ball. That's just not the case. So it's just a makeup. It's just a made up media narrative to make excuses or try to figure out why or assign blame to why the Eagles collapsed. That wasn't why they collapsed. Nobody was crying over the ball. It's a bunch of bullshit. JH, thank you for super chat. Only team arguing about touches ball is Dallas. Exactly. Did the Dolphins just got Simmons? Did they get Simmons? Did Chase Young really go to Detroit? I mean, you know. I think it could if he doesn't get paid what he wants, it could totally, you know. ASMR of everything. David Super goes, my man, why is Kenny Pickett an Eagle? A backup making $900,000. A backup with some talent that's young that maybe you could, you know, flip for picks later if you could develop them. Costs you nothing. People keep saying it costs us a 3rd round pick. It cost you 22 spots. You didn't give up that pick. You just exchanged spots. I think it's fine. I don't think it's a big deal, ASMR, to be honest with you. I really don't. I keep hearing Sirianni is a problem, and he's clearly not a problem when he got graded on an A. Bad coaches, bad execution. I think that your offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, positional coaches were a problem. I think when the 49ers came out and they did what they did to the Eagles and everybody started copying it, I don't believe that the coordinators and the coaches knew how to handle it. And what happened was the Eagles were sitting ducks because they didn't know how to adjust. Then I think they panicked and they fired the defensive coordinator, and that just made everything worse. And it just snowballed. I don't think it was anything else. It wasn't A.J. Brown causing problems. Like, that's just the media trying to start problems. It's just not true. It's not true. A.J. Brown was not complaining about not getting the ball. It's crazy. Aaron, they were super chat, my man. He goes, what should we do with Bradbury? I would love to get rid of Bradbury and trade him, but I just don't know if they can. So at the very least, I mean, I go in, depending upon what I do in the draft, I might have to play him. I might have to play him. Pickett moves big brain Howie backup cheap with trade value. Love them. I love the move too. I don't expect Pickett to play. So what you know, if I get to pay my backup quarterback $900,000 instead of $10 million, I'm okay with that. I bet you never expect to defend Kenny Pickett today. And I don't even like Kenny Pickett that much. That's the biggest thing. I'm not the biggest Kenny Pickett guy. I don't have a problem with him, but I'm like, But I don't think it's that big of a deal. You didn't trade a 3rd round pick for him. You swapped 22 spots for him. That's what I think is throwing people off, because I think the way it's reported, it sounds like the Eagles gave a 3rd round pick, but they didn't. They swapped a 3rd round pick. The pick that they swapped is in the 4th round. It's 22 picks back. That's not a big deal. When you get to the 200th pick in the draft and you're there, what is it, 122, 98, 120? When you get to the 100th pick in the draft, it's not that hard to move up or down if you need to. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't know. And listen, I'm not expecting much of Pickett at all. Just hold the clipboard. That's it. Mike Wright, thank you for the super chat. He goes, it was 100% the coordinators. I worried about having young coordinators when we started the off season. I feel much better this year. I agree with you. And if you look at the players that we're getting in free agency and everything we're doing, these are moves made after talking and having experienced coordinators that know exactly what they're looking for. Vic Fangio knows exactly what they're looking for. And he relays that to Howie. Kenny Pickett's got small hands. We know what that means. Yes, it means he's going to have a small clipboard. $900,000 for a backup when Joe Flacco got $8 million. It's a good move. It's a great move. Imagine if Kenny Pickett goes out there and plays well in preseason, right? And then he doesn't play again the rest of the year. Everybody's going to be looking at him in preseason, and his value is going to go up. Maybe you can flip him for a second. Hey, listen. A.J. Feely was a nobody and nothing. The Eagles flipped him for a second-round pick. It can happen. Do I think the Eagles? I don't think the Eagles will trade down. I think they're going to trade up. The Eagles have traded up like the last 4 or 5 years, something like that. Do I factor in about A.J. Brown is hurt is ridiculous? But I don't know where where's your proof that it was bad? Like, where's the proof about A.J. Brown and Hurts? Because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it at all. Breaking. Philadelphia Eagles sign wide receiver Philly 500 young prospect to play in the slot. Listen, at 6'3", 580 pounds. Runs a 4.4. I love it. Thank you, man. Joel Ramos, they were super chat. He goes, damn, Philly just finished my shift and you're still here. Give the best giving us the latest. Yeah, man. No doubt. I'm here today. I'll be here tomorrow. As soon as I get off, they'll probably make a big move. ASMR of everything. Since I saw CJ press conference, he's hyped to be back. He is. He absolutely is. Robert says, Philly, what is your confidence in Kobe Dean for a future as a legit star? I'm right in the middle. Like, I don't know what to expect. I'm 50-50 on him. I worry about the injuries and the lack of playing. Like, it's like, it's starting to get a little bit ridiculous. But I don't think that he necessarily doesn't have talent. I don't think we should give up on him. I feel like this is a make or break year. But for me, like, I don't want to count on him and put all my eggs in his basket either. I want to go out and get other linebackers. But I'm worried about him. I am, if I'm being honest. But I'm not ready to call him a bust or anything. My hope is that he can stay healthy. Because I think what Kobe Dean needs is reps. He needs to play. He every time he starts to play, he's going to make his mistakes. All those things are going to happen. But every time he starts to play, he gets hurt. That's what worries me most. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel yet on him, I wonder if it bothers Donovan that the Eagles flipped A.J. Feely for the same round pick that we flipped Donovan for. Haha. He probably never thought of it, Hurts needs to start getting ready to make the pre-snap and protections calls, Kelsey. No, that's going to be interesting because Kelsey did a lot of those things. Yeah, you're right about that, Tommy. Simmons to the Dolphins. So that's actually confirmed. The question is, what did he go for? That's what we have to see. Let me see. Let's see. I see nothing on Justin Simmons. Man, I see nothing on Justin Simmons at all. I don't know where you guys are getting all this stuff from. I don't see any of it. 41-33, David Super Chat goes, you looked at the cap in 25, 26, 27, where you're going to be okay with all these new contracts. Don't want to get to the point where we can't resign our guys. Oh, yeah, we're going to be fine. I mean, think Hurts is $13 million this year. Then he's what, like $22 million the following year? Like, we're going to be fine. Cap's going to be fine. 500, hear me out. And 41-33, man, thank you so much for Super Chat. Topher's at 500, hear me out. Start becoming a Tom Grossi where you do skits and wear other teams' jerseys. It would significantly up your sub count. I mean, I don't know if it's really me, though, you know. I mean, I could, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see. I'll take it under advisement, Topher. Go back to in the history of the NFL with as much talent as the Eagles had, and a team that went 1-7 in their last 8 games. That's more of a coaching problem. Yeah, but the coaching's completely different now. Just because Nick Sirianni is there doesn't mean that he's got any real power. The power really lies with those coordinators. You got all new coordinators. You got pretty much all new positional coaches for the most part, and then you got a head coach that really is decapitated in a lot of ways. He's just more of a manager now. It's completely changed. Hey, Warrior Rage, thank you for Super Chat. He goes, just got off work, came here. What's the news? The Eagles restructured Josh Sweat. He's staying, and the Eagles made a trade. They made a trade swap for Kenny Pickett, the Steelers quarterback. He is now our backup. Pickett said he left the Steelers because he had no chance of starting. Then why would he sign with the Eagles? Because probably he feels like with what the Eagles have coaching-wise, they can develop him. The Eagles probably said, look, we can develop you. You know, we can develop your game, and then you can go get a chance somewhere to start someday. Maybe that's why. The Digital Print House, thank you for Super Chat, goes, working on a Redemption 2024 cartoon. Oh, I like that idea, Digital Print House. Very cool. Very, very cool. Stick to your script, 500. Yeah. I haven't seen anything on Justin Simmons, by the way. I think people are putting out there just fake shit. I don't see anything on Chase Young. I don't see anything on Pickett or on Simmons. Unless it's just not showing up. No, Justin Simmons is not going anywhere. So we got fake reports. Yeah, it's just putting up bullshit. Yep, and Tony says Simmons and Chase Young are still available. Now, if you bring Reddick back, there's no need for Chase Young. Don't even worry about it. But if Justin Simmons, if the Eagles can find a way to get Justin Simmons, that would be huge. If he's willing to come down in price. So you see Parker being our third, fourth. I think he's a fourth. I think he's your fourth wide receiver. I think he's like the same role Julio Jones was for us last year. To say Nick has no power is dumb. Moore only hired a quarterback coach. The rest of Nick guys. Who else did they keep? They kept the wide receiver coach. They hired a quarterback. They brought in a quarterback coach. Did they change their running back coach? Fact of the matter is this. When I say that, it's simple. Last year, Nick Sirianni was implementing what he wanted on offense. This year, he has no say over the offense, over the calls, over what they're going to do. So, essentially, he's neutered. He's got no power. You don't think that Nick Sirianni kept his job and kept power. That's not how it works. He had to be willing to clean house and give power up, not just to the coaches, those coordinators, but also that front office. Mike Ray Davis, Super Chat, my man. You cannot find it because it's not from MH Voodoo Dumbstream. Yeah, exactly right. Thank you, my man. Thank you so much. Jersey Joseph, I wish you could do it full time. It really would be. You and me both, man. You and me both. I don't know what Swag. I don't know what he wants. They didn't really say, but apparently it was more than what the Eagles were willing to give up. That's why I want to see when he signs. I want to see what kind of money he gets, because the thought process is that Simmons would love to come play for Vic Fangio, but he can't love to want to play for him that much. 2 years would be perfect for Simmons. Agreed. I would have liked Cameron Curl. I would have loved that more, but he's going to the Rams. Jeremy Davis super chat. He goes, "Get rid of MG. He's annoying. I don't censor people for being annoying. Just ignore him." But thank you, Jeremy, for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. But I just can't. That's just it's what I don't believe. I don't censor. The Steelers trade Pickett because they thought he was going to be a problem because he believes he's a starter. What do you think is going to be differently just because he's with the Eagles? Well, the difference is that the Eagles are paying Jalen Hurts $50 million. Russell Wilson is considered to be a shot quarterback, and they wanted him apparently to fight for that job. It's a completely different thing because Kenny Pickett is going to know that Hurts is the guy. It's going to be known from the get-go. Is he going to be happy as a backup? Maybe not. But what choice does he have? He's under contract. Some power over the offense is not all power over the team. The take is wild. I guess John Harbaugh and Dan Campbell has no power then. All right, let me reword it then, because I think you're getting caught up in probably my extreme takes on things. But he does not have the power and control he had a year ago, primarily over the calls, the offensive game plan, and those things, those kind of things that he was doing to us and putting in there last year. Does he have control over managing certain things? Yeah. But I really have to wonder when it comes to player personnel, we'll see the 53-man roster, how much power he has. Because I am I'm willing to bet that he's got less than Harbaugh has and what's his face. But he's lost significant amount of power. The difference with those guys is they never really had the power that he had. He is significantly weakened. How about that? Does that make it sound better for you? Philly 500. How is your voice feeling after these past 2 days of live stream for hours? We've been doing this since Monday, so it's been the last 4 days. Yeah, it hurt. It's a little bit sore. People are like, yeah. In other words, his guts got cut. Exactly. Look, if Nick Sirianni said, no, I want to help be in the process of hiring these coaches. I want to do this. I want to do that. The Eagles would have fired him. They did the same thing with Doug Peterson. And Doug Peterson said, no, I'm not doing it. And they parted ways with a Super Bowl winning coach who had gone to playoffs every year, except for that 1 year they fired him. So there's no doubt about it. The Eagles the front office already decides the last 3 roster spots in training camp, not the coach. So how much power did he lose? That's the real question. I think Samuel went to Buffalo, if I remember correctly. So you're absolute best. Thanks for always being here. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Jerome Baker, I haven't heard anything on him. They said he was going to Tennessee for a visit, and it sounded like if they would sign him, but I haven't heard. Flip 500. I think Jalen Hurts is better than Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Well, Lamar Jackson is MVP, so I mean, I'll give it to him. I think Jalen Hurts is better than Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. I think he does a better job in the playoffs, but those are good quarterbacks, man. Josh Allen, I saw Josh Allen play one of the great games in a playoff game, and with all the pressure in that Kansas City game went to overtime. But he still hasn't won anything. He turns over the ball too much. No, Vrabel's going to Browns as consultant. Interesting. I'm all for this Kenny signing. This sends a message to Hurts. He better not mess around. So I don't think he has any possibility that he can even get anything near Hurts. But I mean, we'll see. I think Gallup would be worth a cheap 1-year deal. He's better than Parker and would be a fun middle finger deal. I just don't think he has anything left. The last 2 years, he just doesn't look like he's recovered from that injury right. Now, maybe he has, and this was the year he's going to have a rebound, and then the Cowboys are cutting him. I don't know, but I would stay away. Do I think another signing happening? Yes. They're going to sign somebody. As soon as I get off of here, they're going to sign somebody. Without question, it's going to happen. One reason I think Jalen Hurts is better than Lamar Jackson is Jalen Hurts comes through in the games, the playoffs. Lamar Jackson doesn't do that. Yeah, I mean, Lamar has come up small in the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. Jalen Hurts, to me, played MVP-type game in the biggest stage. They didn't win, but he was great. Allen elite when he can't get a championship in 8 years. Yeah, Allen's got to win the big game too. I mean, he has to too. And I thought that the way that Buffalo went out was disappointing. Much to you. Thanks for all your great cut. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm not sure what the exact cap space is. The last I heard, it was somewhere around $27 million. They didn't spend much cap space on Devin White. They restructured Josh Sweat, so I think we gained like $2 million, like just over $2 million today in cap space. But as soon as they restructure Hassan Reddick, that's $11 million more. Lovey says, only elite quarterback in the league is Mahomes. I said this, I believe this. There's Mahomes and everybody else. He's on another level. He's on another level than everybody else. That's what I'm saying. When people compare Hurts to Mahomes, like, you can't compare Mahomes to anybody, to Hurts to Mahomes. You can't compare Allen to Mahomes. Mahomes is another level. Let's be honest here. There's only one elite quarterback, and we all know who it is. Absolutely. Stroud, Hurts, Allen, Lamar, great, but only one elite. Yeah, only one in Mahomes. Because Mahomes is the kind of guy that can make everybody around you better. Mahomes can win the whole thing without weapons. You got to give every one of those other quarterbacks, they have to have weapons. Mahomes, you give him nothing and he still wins. What would be good compensation for Hurts? Compensation? I'm not giving Hurts up for anything. No. I'm not giving Hurts up for anything. Forensic says, according to Over the Cap, we still have $34.9 million. Holy crap. $34 million. They won't even use all that. If that's the case, they'll never use all that. They might make 2 more signings. But, why not extend Reddick? That'll be another 11. That cap space will roll over too. Unless the Bears want to trade 1 overall for Hurts, we can't trade for. I don't want to. I'd rather have Hurts. I'd rather have Hurts than Caleb Williams. I'll be honest with you. Jalen's defense has been letting him down at every turn. The defense was horrible last year. Yeah, that much pay Simmons. I know. If that much, just pay Simmons. Damn. Andrew says, I don't know if I trust Steen. That's fair. That's fair. I think we're gonna find out. The one thing I'll say is whoever they put at guard, I trust Stoutland. You know, I might not trust Steen, but I trust Stoutland. Stoutland doesn't let you down, man. So because of that, I'm okay, you know. Yeah, I trust Stoutland is right. If the D just showed up for one play in a Super Bowl, Hurts would be a Super Bowl winner. Listen, if they don't call that penalty on Bradbury and just let him play, Eagles win that game. If Chiefs would have gone up 3, Eagles would go down and score a touchdown. I have no doubt in my mind. How does Mahomes have nothing? He's arguably the best tight end ever. I meant wide receivers. He had Hill, but he didn't have Hill last year. Rice is legit. I like Rice a lot. Pacheco is above average. And Chiefs O-line is, what is that, 2.5? And their D was top 5. Mahomes didn't have help like everybody else. Those receivers for how long in that season were horrible. They were horrible. Scantling, they were horrible. Rice was good, and Rice came on. But Mahomes made those guys better. You can take a Tyreek Hill off of that roster, and Mahomes can still go out and win. That's something, man. I don't care. You tell me Josh Allen loses a guy like a Tyreek Hill, Hurts, any of these guys lose weapons like that, they don't go and win. I only think Mahomes is the only guy that can do that. You know, not to say that Chiefs didn't have a good defense and other things, but I mean, come on, Pacheco ain't all that great. Come on, you know, and Rice was a rookie, right? Rice was good. He came on. He might be good, but he had no weapons compared to everybody else, and he still won a Super Bowl. I think Mahomes is something different than everybody, than any other quarterback in this league. I think Mahomes is different. Swift used her magic spells to Chiefs like Harry Potter, right? So Mahomes didn't have receiver. He had a top 5 defense and an O-line coaching. He had coaching. He had good tight end. He had play call. Are you guys really trying to tell me that Patrick Mahomes had all this stuff in front of him and that he wasn't as good as we think he is? I think you're crazy. Mahomes had nothing compared to a lot of the other players and a lot of the other quarterbacks in this league. And he still went out there and he drove down the field in overtime when they were down 3, and he goes and he scores a touchdown. Mahomes came back every time he needed a touchdown. He would will it and go down there and score a touchdown. Yes, Mahomes had nothing, especially compared to a lot of these other quarterbacks and stuff. No weapons. I think Mahomes, I think he's amazing. I think he's way above every other quarterback in the National Football League. That's my opinion. And it's not even close. He had a great defense, but how many points what was the final score of the Super Bowl? What was the final score of the Super Bowl? What was the final score of the Super Bowl? 22-25. Decent defense. But did they give up a field goal in that overtime? Yes. Did they give up points? Yes. But Mahomes answered every call. He went down when he needed a touchdown, and he got a touchdown. He went in overtime, down 3, needing a touchdown to end this whole thing, and he went and got a touchdown. With the weapons he had compared to what he's had before, I don't know how you can't give the guy credit. I don't know. I'm sorry. There's Mahomes and everybody else, and it's not even close. Mahomes is a stud. Mahomes, everybody else. Mahomes everybody else. And it's not even close to me. I think I don't know. I think Mahomes doesn't even get enough credit, to be honest with you. – 33-35. If Hurts had a defense, we win. Just that one stop. Reed, Eagles looking at Q Diggs and A Jackson as safety. Interesting. I still think they need another safety. They do. I agree with that. I think they need another safety. You sound like a Chiefs fanboy. I'm not a Chiefs fanboy. I would have rooted against them. If they had played any other team but the Niners and the Cowboys, I would root against them. But I got to keep it real. Mahomes is that good. Eagles also look at Hunter Renfrow. That makes sense. Calling it now, Jalen Carter, Defensive Player of the Year. I like it. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with Gallup. I mean, look at Purdy, who had good weapons around. Purdy executed it well, while Mahomes literally carried the offense on as after a rough regular season. Tell him I'm not lying. I'm a four. No, it's true. I agree. I agree. Rick MC answered right back. So listen, realistic doesn't make some. No, I'm not a fan. I like Mahomes a lot. I think he's a great quarterback. I did not want to see the Chiefs win again. I wanted to see somebody new. I would have loved to see Detroit beat the 49ers, and then I would have rooted for Detroit in that Super Bowl. But it is what it is. Philly 500 girls are Swift. I don't think so. I couldn't tell you one Swift song. So if they're listening to it, I have no idea. Mahomes also has a great O-line. He does. He has a good offensive line and defense. Yeah, his defense carried them the whole year. They did. But you still got to recognize what he did in that Super Bowl. It's just the way it is. I like I said, Mahomes, everybody else. I'm just being honest. Yeah, Mahomes is legit, bro. Even if he does run and walk kind of weird and kind of talk like Kermit the Frog. Like, yeah. My girls only listen to Iron Maiden. Yes. Yes. Yo, guys, off top of snow the Phillies, please. Okay. We were talking about the best quarterbacks in the league. And I made the statement that I think that Mahomes is far above everybody else. People saying Diggs is traded to Dallas. Speculation for now. Let me see if I can see anything in Diggs. That would be a big move for the Cowboys. The Cowboys fans would become really obnoxious. But it's also, we will have to see. I don't see anything. Nothing. Nothing on Diggs. I think Diggs to Dallas would be a big move for the Cowboys, but they still have no running game. Andrew Davis super chat. He goes trade for Asante Samuel Jr. or draft Quentin Mitchell. I like that. I like Asante Samuel. I don't know if they want to trade him though. Cowboy fans dig a grave for the 2024 season, right? I don't think Diggs is going there. I don't think Diggs goes to Dallas. He'll go somewhere else before. He'll end up in like Buffalo. He'll end up like probably not Kansas City. So it sucks for the rest of the league to lose to the Eagles already on the first day of free agency. Oh yeah. Diggs' contract's $100 million. Yeah, that's a lot. Who cares about the MVP in the regular season? How many great regular season MVPs in recent memory have won Super Bowls? Mahomes. Rocketboy says, bro, Eagles are all in. Bro, Eagles are in all these casual fans' heads to see what the Eagles are. They're all worried. There's no doubt about it. Mark made a video saying this is all part of their plan. I know. He is really losing his mind. He is really in one day brainwashed himself into thinking that Dallas is now making the right moves. And he thinks they signed the best linebacker. He's crazy. Fabio, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. He says wide receiver that we had in preseason that got hurt. Who? What wide receiver got hurt in preseason? I don't remember. To be honest, I don't remember who got hurt. I don't remember. I'm drawing a blank. You think Diggs goes to Dallas too? He could. No news on Simmons. Now listen, if Diggs doesn't go to Dallas, Dallas is done. I mean, all their hopes and dreams is gone. They thought they were going to get Derrick Henry. They thought they were going to be on and Saquon Barkley. They thought they were going to get some stud defensive player. They don't get Diggs, it's over. How's said Mark is trying to make himself feel better. He probably cry himself to bed every night. Absolutely. He's keeping it real 100, 500. Yes. Diggs will destroy that locker room. If I was Stephon Diggs, I wouldn't want to leave Buffalo. Why would I want to go from Josh Allen to Dak Prescott? It's not going to help me. He wants to go play with his brother. Yeah, they didn't even call Henry. LB, what's going on? He goes, what's going on, 500? Did the Cowboys release Michael Gallup? They did. They did release Michael Gallup. Now, they released Michael Gallup, then there's the whole Diggs thing, so people thinking they're going to get a receiver. Yo, Philly, some names to keep an eye on would be KJ Osborne from Minnesota and Jamal Adams. I don't want anything to do with Adams. I don't think Adams is good in pass coverage. I would like Quandre Diggs wouldn't be bad, though. That might not be bad. You quoted Diggs on what was the quote? Diggs did not turn up in the postseason. He really didn't. Just out of curiosity, Philly, how much of Patrick Mahomes' success do you contribute to Andy Reid's system? I think you got to give some. You can't say that Andy Reid and his system doesn't play a part. It does. But I'll say this. All those years Andy Reid was good and wouldn't win a Super Bowl, it was Mahomes that put him over the top. And that's why he's got, 3 Super Bowls now? It's because of Mahomes. So in essence, what I'm saying is I think Mahomes has done more to give Andy Reid Super Bowl rings and get him over the top than the other way around. Eagles trade for Pickett is by far the worst trade thus far. I don't know why. Why would it be the worst trade? It's a backup quarterback. We're talking about a backup quarterback and a pick swap. 22 slots in a pick swap. I don't see how that's a bad trade. I think people are crazy about this Kenny Pickett thing. It's like, what's the big deal? Agree. I went to the Phillies to grab Bowers 2 years. No, yeah. Diggs is going there with his brother to run Dak out of town and promote Trey Lance. We'll see. We'll see if he goes there. Hey, Joel, I don't like the move. Why? Guys making $900,000 to hold the clipboard. The idea is that your backup quarterback doesn't play. Will we do anything else? Say, yeah, we're going to do something else. As soon as I get off of here, we're gonna do something else. 2 starting. You don't have 2 starting quarterbacks. You have 1 starting quarterback. Kenny Pickett's not a starting quarterback. He's a backup. Pickett was brought to replace her. Are you guys crazy? To replace Hurts, to compete with Hurts? What? He has no chance to replace Hurts. It's not even close. Ryan, thank you for the super chat, my man. Thank you so much. Julian Blackman or Justin Simmons? Justin Simmons. Justin Simmons. Yeah, it's costing $900,000 for a backup. John says, what do you think? 500 Bradbury, a third, and a second, 5th round pick for Snead. I think it's great, but I don't think I do not think that they would do it. I don't think the Chiefs would trade Bradbury, a third, and 2 fifths for Snead. I think you have to give way more, and that's the problem. To get a guy like Snead, you have to give up draft capital, and then you have to sign him to a monster contract. So to me, I look at it like Brian Burns was a 2nd and a 5th, and then the Giants signed him. So I think it's got to be somewhere in that ballpark. Yeah, Isaiah Rodgers is coming back. Pickett is not there to replace Hurts. Pickett is there to be a backup, to sit and to learn and to maybe work with Kellen Moore and try to develop him so you can flip him. That's all he is, a cheap backup. Joe Flacco's getting $8 million. He's getting $900,000. I'm not even worried about Pickett. This is his own defense. Why would we overpay for Snead? I don't think they will. I just want one more safety. Yeah, I want another safety too. I think the idea of another safety would be awesome. I like that idea. I like it a lot. Watch Peyton Wilson. Yeah. Dallas Goedert lookalike, right? His twin brother. I will watch him. The way Hurts looked last season, I wouldn't be surprised, Pickett. How did he look last season? He was one of the only guys that saved our ass. You mean when he was like what, after 11 weeks, 10-1, and the favorite in Vegas to win the MVP? You mean that Hurts on one leg, on one knee? The one Hurts that beat Dallas with one leg? That Hurts? Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, I don't think so. You don't pay the guy $50 million and you're going to bring Pickett in to replace him? Pickett is a backup quarterback. Carson Wentz signed with the Did Carson sign with the Patriots? That's interesting. Carson Wentz is a journeyman now. He's a journeyman. Let me see. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Another false report. Looks like. Hey, 500, if we don't get a safety, we most likely are going to draft one. And who knows, we might draft safety. We might sign a safety. I think if Justin Simmons, the longer Justin Simmons sits out there and the longer Justin Simmons doesn't get a contract, the more likely the Eagles are going to get him on a 1-year deal. 500. I think how he got something up his sleeve with Pickett. I think he's gonna develop him, and then they're gonna try to trade him for a draft pick. Pickett will never replace Hurts. Stop thinking that Pickett nowhere near better than Hurts. So please stop it. And we'll talk about. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy talk. We might get. I think I'm going to go. I think it's going to go down. We'll see. You guys think you guys are going to get everybody, you get nobody. You guys thought you were going to get Derrick Henry all week. Foles is shot. Foles is on the verge of retirement. Foles ain't coming. Foles is done. Jimmy G signed with the Rams. I saw that. Van Der Esch to the Eagles. Why would we want that guy? I don't want him. I don't want Gallup. I don't want anything to do with those Cowboys. Diggs ain't going to Dallas, believe me. Jalen Hurts is Super Bowl 57, had the greatest performance in Super Bowl history. Jonathan Gannon calls the Super Bowl. Agreed. I agree. I think there was a bad call at the end. It should have been Chiefs should have been up 3, and the Eagles should have had the last chance to go down the field. Dallas has $20 million in cap space. Where did they get $20 million? What did they do? I thought Awuzie signed. Didn't he sign somewhere? Dallas can't afford Diggs. Dallas is going to get Diggs. Go ahead. I still don't sweat Dallas. This is the funny thing. Dallas is going to build it up. They're going to be doing. Mark's going to be doing 3 videos on Diggs to the Cowboys. Diggs, and then Diggs is going to go somewhere else, and then they're going to all be depressed, and I'm going to laugh my ass off. That's what's going to happen. Cowboys full prayer. Micah Parsons meets in the pen locker room. That press. Interesting. Yeah, I'm guessing. My guess is Hassan Reddick is going to stay too. Agreed. He said $20. Oh, he said $20. My fault. Cowboys 50 they get Diggs by Jerry. Will settle for Renfro. Dallas ain't getting Diggs. What the hell? Dallas is locally on the rebuild. All the coaches are on the 1-year deals or in the last year's deal current contract. Yeah, I want to see what Dallas does because, I don't know how much money they have now. I know they had $2.2 million. That was it. And then they signed Kendricks, and now they released a couple guys. I don't know how much they got. Did I hear CJ Garner Johnson? I totally did. Absolutely. Howie Roseman is cheating salary cap. How you were able to sign these players? We're like $30 million on the cap. It's because the way he signs the contracts. He's smart about how he does it. So, you're not getting these heavy cap hits. He's smart. How he's going to turn Pickett into an all-pro genius? How he grades GM to an all-pro? How is he going to turn how do you turn him into an all-pro? I don't like the CJ Garner. You only like the CJ Garner signing. You don't like Saquon Barkley signing. You don't like the Devin White signing. Oh, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. I like it all. I think the Eagles have done a lot of good things. Diggs isn't that good. He's only good every 3 or 4 games, sometimes back to back. Not saying he's trash, but he's overhyped. He's good, but he's, I don't know. He doesn't scare me in the way, that some other receivers in the league scare me. He can beat you. He can make you pay at times. But you're right. I don't know how consistent. There's other receivers, that scare me way more. Now, the thing about him for Dallas would be that you would have him with what's his face? I can't even think of who. What's his CeeDee Lamb? So you have CeeDee Lamb and you have Diggs. That would give them decent receivers. It definitely would. But they got no running game. They got no running game at all. They're still one-dimensional. Dallas is easy to beat. And they got Dak Prescott at quarterback. Dallas has $1.3 million cap space, and they can't by a smoke of a hamburger. I hope things go somewhere soon. Send them back to Minnesota. Go ahead. Just to ruin Dallas's day. We released Kevin Byard. Oh, we released Kevin Byard like a week or two ago. Before free agency started, we cut him. And then he signed with Chicago. Yeah, Cowboys are going to sign Zeke. That's what they're going to do. I don't think Kenny Pickett really is that good. I don't like this trade at all. He's a backup quarterback. He's a backup. He's a number 2 quarter. To me, he's a capable number 2 quarterback for $900,000 with a lot of upside. I don't know. I don't think he's any worse than Marcus Mariota was as a backup. The idea is that you're not going to see him. Do I think the Falcons are contender? I think the Falcons will be a playoff contender, and then what's his face will do what he always does. He will lose in the playoffs or lose at the end of the year. Cheap backup that you could possibly flip layer. How hard to figure out? I don't think it's a big deal. I do. I have it. It's crazy. Like, I'm really surprised that it's been made a big deal about Kenny Pickett. It's like, dude, they swapped 22 spots to get a guy that was a first-round pick that has talent that's dirt cheap, that Kellen Moore's probably wanting to get with and work with and try to rebuild and then flip him for equity. I don't know. He's going to be holding a clipboard. Marcus Mariota was no better than him last year. We made it through the year. We didn't fix the secondary, especially at corner Philly. Patience, my friend. Patience. That's coming. See, we have the money to make the moves, Who I want in free agency right now? I would like, if there's some way they can figure out a way to get Justin Simmons in here and add another safety, I would really love that. I also think that you got to look at if they could still bring in another linebacker, I would do it. Maybe not in free agency. You might have to go out and make a trade for linebacker, but I still would like another linebacker, to be honest with you. Strat RX, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, it didn't say anything, but I appreciate it, man. It means a lot. Watch the Bears in Washington. They have sneaky talent. Problem with Washington is that their best quarterback is Marcus Mariota right now. So we'll see. Stacy said he's better than Mariota, plus younger, and it didn't cost us anything. When another team needs a quarterback, we could trade him. That's my thoughts exactly. You go into the preseason, every day at camp. Nick Sirianni going to talk. I'll tell you, Kenny Pickett's coming a long way. He's looking really good. We really like what the progress of him and what's going on with him. He's been fantastic. He really looked good at practice. And then you go and you play him in a preseason. Hopefully he plays well. And then all of a sudden, you've raised his value. Now, a team goes in the offseason and they go, man, that Kenny Pickett in preseason, he looked like he developed. Let's take a chance on him. And boom, the Eagles get a second-round pick. That's how you do it. No way Sweat is worth 13. Why? I think that's a great sign. I think that's a great price. $13 million for a guy that could get you double-digit sacks that's 25 years old. Most of those guys go for $20 and $30 million. Well, I think it's fine. I think it's a great price. Captain Dale, thank you, man, for the super chat, man. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. He goes, smoking that fresh greens and the Eagles getting better. Life is good right now. Last time I smoked them greens, I thought my shadow was the FBI chasing me. But you do what you got to do, my friend. Thank you so much for the super chat. I wish they would live stream practice camp. I want to see. They used to do it like a little bit at the beginning, but then they cut it off, I checked Prescott's stats. He might lose $100 million. I mean, they got to do his contract. That might have been crack. Philly 500 did crack. That's what. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait for the next shoe to drop. I'm waiting. Like what I'm waiting for today, and what my hope is today that we're going to get Hassan Reddick extended. Hassan Reddick restructured. He's staying. Once I know Hassan Reddick is staying, then I know what the Eagles. I think I have a good idea what the Eagles are going to do in the draft. I do. I really think it's a corner or offensive lineman at that point. And I'm really hoping Quinyon Mitchell will be the guy. Yeah, I got to get Reddick back in Philly. Because the way I see it, you need 3 pass rushers anyways. You need 3 pass rushers that have the ability to get double-digit sacks. Josh Sweat can do that. Hassan Reddick can do that. Now we know Bryce Huff can do that. So you got your 3 pass rushers. Plus you got Brandon Graham. He might get you 5-6 sacks. He's older. Then you have Nolan Smith, who's a giant wild card because if he develops, there's another pass rusher right there. So the Eagles got the pass rushers. Why get rid of Reddick at this point? Keep him. Cowboys have just signed Nathan Gary for a 12-year deal worth $450. Best money that they've ever spent. Why Simmons? He's 30. I thought you wanted younger. I did. I wanted Cameron Curl. That's who I wanted. But you got C.J. Garner Johnson. The way I look is you got C.J. Garner Johnson. So if you get Simmons at this point and buy a year, that's fine. I can deal with that because at least I got C.J. Garner Johnson. Now, if I didn't get C.J. Garner Johnson and it was just Simmons, that would be different. I wanted Cameron Curl. I thought he would have been a great pickup for the Eagles. But, the thought of just Simmons like for 1 year, that may not be that bad. We just need to have a top 5 defense. Yeah. And I think a lot of that's going to depend on guys like Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. What are they going to do in the second year? Fletcher Cox is gone. And I think you still need to add another linebacker, maybe 2. And that, I would like to see another trade or another veteran linebacker. And then I would like to see them draft a linebacker. And I still think you got to fix your corners. The corner situation to me is in flux still. Do you think this could be Dak's last year in Dallas? The Jones are doing him dirty. Yeah, I think it is Dak's last year. It's interesting that every time a Cowboy player comes up for contract, something leaks out about them to the media. I really think the Cowboys do that, man. I do. I think it's like I think they negotiate dirty. I do. But yeah, I think so. This is the year the Georgia boys need to step up. Our vet leadership has diminished with Kelsey. I agree. Yeah, you have to get, especially to me, Jordan Davis is in a make or break year. Nakobe Dean, make or break year. They gotta step up big time. Jacob Layman, thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate you so much, man. Thank you. He says, don't forget we have Isaiah Rodgers at quarter. I like Isaiah Rodgers. I think he's going to be good too. That's like a whole nother free agent. And he can play and he can return. Yeah, it was a great pickup. So we'll see, It's going to be interesting to see what they do. But I don't believe Jordan Davis has been a bust. No. If you take the first 11 games, Jordan Davis was fantastic. The Eagles had one of the best run defenses because of him. He's just got to get in shape. I disagree 100,000 zillion %. Jordan Davis has not been a bust. Jordan Davis has just not been consistent because he's not in good enough shape. If the drugs, bro, you all are drunk on something. Do you all know football? I don't know what you're talking about. What are we talking about? It might not seem like, but Jordan Davis was 9th run stopping last season. If you take early on the first half of the season, we had one of the best run defenses, and it was due to Jordan Davis. Jordan Davis wasn't built to last the whole year. He's got to be better conditioned. He needs to lose weight and come in better conditioned. I think it's a make or break year. And the reason I say it is because after 2 years, if he can't get it right, then he's never going to get right, in my opinion. Eddie, thank you so much for super chat, my man. Appreciate you. Thank you, bud. He says, hey, Philly, any news on Reddick? The last I heard was that Reddick and the Eagles could be closing in on a 2-year extension. That's what the rumor is. Do I have a lot of source? I've seen one good source on that, Joe Castro, but that's it. That's all I know. So I assume and I'm hoping Reddick will get done so we keep him. Eagles acquired about Fields before the Pickett trade. I'm sure they did. Yeah, I believe that they totally did. But I think the Chicago Bears probably wanted a lot for him. Dak's not going to restructure. He's not on a team. He's not a team player. Dallas front office is trash. I think Dallas wants to move on from Dak. 2025, new coach, new quarterback. But you got to wonder, like, why is Dak Prescott not renegotiate his contract? It just seems so crazy to me that Dallas would go into free agency $2.2 million and not have him restructure. Restructuring for them would have saved, just a simple restructure was $20 million in cap space. Why didn't they want to do it? It's very weird. To me, is it Dak Prescott saying, no, I refuse to restructure, or Dallas just not wanting to do anything in free agency, and they're using Dak Prescott as an excuse to not do it? It's something's weird with the Cowboys, man. That's just the way it is. Strat RX, man, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Shout out to you. He goes, with Kenny Pickett, you get a backup quarterback cheap 4 years. Worst case scenario. Best case, he develops and you flip him for a third or higher when you get him for nothing. Exactly. And truthfully, if you lose Hurts for the whole year, you're probably not going to win anyways. So, I don't see anything. I don't see any risk in this at all. And you didn't lose a pick. You just went back 22 spots. So it's great. If the Eagles would have given up a third-round pick, like people think they did, where they didn't get anything in return, I would be worried about it. But they didn't. They did a pick swap. Thank you for that super chat. YouTube Pump Life, man. Thank you for the super chat, my man. Appreciate you. Because you hear what Chris said, Jalen not a top 10 quarterback. Shaking my head. Chris Sims, he's a hater. He hates them anyways. Mike Wright, welcome to Dingbat Nation, buddy. Thank you so much for joining, man. Welcome. It's good not to make it to the Super Bowl and lose. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What is Foles doing this day? Foles is half retired. I think Foles is kind of done, Chris Sims was terrible quarterback. Oh, he stunk. Do I ever wear my lucky super? I do, yeah, I do. I had my bucket hat on the other day at work, to be honest with you. Curly hair, twin sister too. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you so much. Shout out to you. Thank you. Philly, so many quarterbacks and running backs are on different teams. It's so crazy. Yeah, it's all crazy. It's crazy. And I'll tell you what, when I see Barkley take the field in that Eagles uniform, that's going to be very, very weird to me. It's going to be weird to see. It's going to be beautiful to see, but it's going to take me a while to get used to it. It really is. Also, Street Philly, I'm going to have a great day. All right, man. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. I'm staying a little longer today since I don't have to go back to work. So we're staying a little longer, make sure nothing happens. And then I'll be back. Now, tomorrow I'll be streaming again. I'll also have my Dingbat Nation video will be out tomorrow for you guys. So look for that. Barkley ain't gonna. Why would Shakedown we'll be doing a Shakedown and my regulars. We're doing a day stream and then Shakedown. Barkley ain't going to stay healthy. Why? Why would you say that? It's another false narrative that he can't stay healthy. The guy's played what, like 14, 16, 13 games each of the last 3 years? What are you talking about? So you think Howie's panicking for his job? No, I don't think Howie's job is at risk at all. I just think Howie's got a lot of cap space. I don't understand. I don't know what people are thinking. I think Howie's done a great job. Thank you, Rob Tucker. Appreciate you. Barkley isn't always hurt. That's not true. Go look at the last 3 years. That's a false narrative. You guys got to come to the future. You're stuck in the past. Come to the future. Barkley played every game 2 years ago. He only missed 3 games this year. And then he played like 14 a year before, and that was coming back from an injury, which takes you a full year to come back from. Barkley ain't getting hurt. Barkley's about to go off. Barkley's about to be Offensive Player of the Year. Barkley's going to have a monster year. He might have 2,000 total yards. You got big trouble. Because Barkley's been hurt every season in the last 25 games. It's not true. It's not true. 2 years ago, he played every game. He only missed 1 game. They sat their starters before the playoffs. He played in 14 to 17 games last year. It's just a fake narrative. It's bullshit. Mr. Rudy Poo, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Appreciate you. Talk to me when Dallas and San Francisco win a championship in a year that starts with 2. It ain't going to happen. Not anytime soon. No, it ain't going to happen. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Rudy Poo. Lewis, thank you for the super chat, my man. Appreciate it. He goes, yesterday I asked you if Howie would draft J.J. McCarthy if available at 53. Today he traded for Pickett. Quarterback factory, baby. This is Howie's move. Yeah, it's true. You did say, I do remember that question. And I was hoping he wouldn't waste a pick. But really, he didn't waste a pick this year. We did waste 2 7th-round picks, but you did a pick swap this year. So I think that's true. It's interesting. Can they develop Pickett? That's going to be the question. It's going to be interesting. Thank you for the super chat. Barkley about to go. Barkley going off. Ain't no question about it. Barkley will be playing on a better turf behind a better O-line, and he won't be on only player to touch the ball. Barkley will be healthy. Yeah, and he'll have better receivers around him, and he'll have a better quarterback. Did you know that in Barkley's career, that only his rookie year did the Giants have a 1,000-yard receiver? So all the years he played, they had nobody. I think their leading receiver last year, Slayton? It was like 700 yards. He's had no help. He's been literally the only weapon, and he's been able to put up some of the numbers he has when they have nothing around him. The guy's going to be a stud. Big Seal said that the Eagles still won't win more than 8 games because of Nick. Just clip it. Clip all that stuff because he's going to be wrong about that. I don't think Maddox is coming back, to be honest with you. I don't think so. James says Devin White has lost his starting job at Tampa. He did. And there's risk factor involved with White because you wonder if White is what's going on with him. What we do know is he's tremendously talented, and that when he's at top of the game, he's at top of the game. What I think happened to White, and we're going to find out, White did not get the extension when he wanted it. He was at the top of his game. Everything was going good. He wanted an extension. They didn't want to give it to him. He requested a trade. I did videos on trading for Devin White. He wants to trade. They didn't want to trade him. I think he didn't want to play in Tampa. I think he was miserable, and I think his game suffered. You want to call it maturity level, stuff like that, fine. Now he's going to Philly. He's got a 1-year deal. He's making a max of $7.5 million. That's peanuts. That's nothing. But if he plays good, he's going to get his big contract. If he doesn't play good, he's not. So I think he's going to be highly motivated with a clean slate, and I think Devin White's going to be a Pro Bowl safety. I think he's going to be a Pro Bowl linebacker this year. As a matter of fact, I think he's going to end up being the steal of free agency. Barkley might mess around and get 2K per all-purpose yards next season in a real squad. I think you're right, because I see Barkley running from anywhere from 13 to 1,400 yards, and then I see anywhere from 450 to 600 yards through the air. So he could be 2,000 all-purpose yards. You know, Devin White pay better. We'll see. I mean, there is a risk factor with him, but the upside's so great because if he returns to form and he's motivated and he plays the way we think he could play, you're going to have an all-pro linebacker. Luis, thank you for super chat. He goes, mark my words. If for some stupid reason the Eagles start season 0-2, Philly media will ask for Pickett. I hope not. I hope not. I think that would have definitely happened with Justin Fields. I hope it doesn't happen with Pickett, but you might be right. Philly, yes or no beans? What do you mean? Yes. If your running back gets 2,000 yards in today's game, that means you have no other talent. 200 rushing yards. Could be. Rushing yards. Total yards, I don't think so. Barkley getting owned by Diggs. He still can flashbacks. Boy, look at you living in the past. Okay, I'm going to eat beans. Okay. Cowboy fans are scared of the Eagles. That's why they are worrying and wondering about the Eagles' moves. I think the whole league is worried. I think the 49er fans are trembling. They're shaking. They're running to the Dallas Cowboy fans to hug them and console them. They are. But no, Dallas is just jealous. Dallas is pure jealousy. 49ers are scared. Cowboys are just jealous. That's how I see it. Devin White being good in 2021 ain't living in the past. Devin White has all the talent in the world. He wanted to leave Tampa. That was the thing. He should have played better, been more of a professional. Maybe he was down, but man, the guy's got the talent. We know how good he can be. Jerry Jones started tampering rumor on the 6,000th day. Yeah, I bet he did. Cowboy fans wait all week to say something. I can't wait till Diggs gets traded to I don't know. Diggs is traded to I don't know, Seattle. Just throw it out there. And Dallas loses out on him. It's going to be glorious. Jerry's still waiting for free agents to call him and ask, pretty please, may I be a Cowboy? I know. What I want to know is, when are they going to restructure Dak Prescott's contract? Do you like Devontae Parker? That probably out of all the moves, that was the one I cared for the least. I just see it as basically the Patriots are paying for him. I see him as a fourth receiver. I don't think he solves your receiver spot. So that's probably the one I like the least. Jersey says, look, let me say this. As a true Eagle fan, everybody stays healthy, does their job. You might be the greatest offense ever assembled. Putting my heart on my sleeve. You're right. You're absolutely right. It could be. If everybody plays up to their ability, nobody's stopping that offense. Bye-bye Gallup all in, right? Dak said FX Dallas. Yeah. I mean, really got to wonder what's going on with Dallas. And every time a guy's trying to renegotiate or get a deal done, then something comes out with him in the news. Happened to Des Bryant, happened to Zeke Elliott. Now it's happening to Dak Prescott. I just think that's the way that Dallas Cowboys negotiate. I'm still live, for about another 5 minutes. It's free agency, baby. We don't leave. As long as I have 1,000 people in my chat, I'm not, I don't leave early. That's a lot of people. I got over that, so. But it will end soon. That way the Eagles will make a move. Skip is crying on the inside. Skip was worried about Skip didn't like the Devin White move. He was like, man, that one worries me. Why would Howie trade for bum ass Pickett can someone please what did you lose? I've repeated it so many times. I'm sorry, Bubba. But like he's 900,000 against the cap. 900,000 this year. You're getting a first-round quarterback who's not that good. I agree. That at least has some talent that they could possibly rebuild. He's going to be holding the clipboard, not even playing. And all you had to do to get him was basically swap third-round pick and move 22 slots back at pick 100 when it's very easy to go up and get a pick if you need to. I don't see what's so bad. I think it's actually an upgrade over Mariota. He's not going to play. He's hopefully going to rebuild it. I mean, I don't know. You could get Flacco is making $8 million. You want to go pay $10 million, $12 million for a backup quarterback that's not even as good? I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal. Dak got all the leverage. He doesn't have to reduce contract. He has no trade clause because he knows he's going to have to this year anyways. That's great, and that's true. And that's why Dallas has got under $2 million in cap space, and they can't sign anybody. Jameson Smith, man, how's the new baby doing today? Your channel's getting bigger than Chris Long channel. Let's have a go. You're doing big things. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. James says he's glad Sweat's back. Yeah, I'm glad Sweat's back too. When did the Eagles get rid of a 25-year-old pass rusher who's capable of double-digit sacks? Yeah, also no franchise. I mean, listen, I'm not. Dak is getting orange jumpsuit and we'll see. I mean, I'm not a big Pickett guy. I didn't care for Pickett even coming out of draft. But I don't see the risk. I don't see the big deal. Still, you're live. You're living. Thank you, my man. We're live for a little longer. Baby is good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, man. I'm glad to hear that. Hope the wife's doing well as well. Hurts, AJ, Saquon, Smith had combined 56 million cap, while Dak is 59. I think it's like $36 million in cap. 500 Hurts, Saquon combined. It's like 30. It's like 36 million. And then Dak is like 59 million himself. I know you all want Micah Bailey, Eagle fans, but he ain't going. Oh, he's coming. He'll be in Philly soon. Future Eagle Micah Parsons. He's coming to Philly. Listen, he sees Saquon Barkley. He sees what the Eagles are doing. He can't help but not tweet about it. Oh, yeah. He's coming to Philly. Don't worry. It's crazy. Micah Parsons would love to be an Eagle. He's got to be so miserable in Dallas. Seeing all these teams do stuff but him, he's got to be upset. Yes, but you get a lot more playoff losses for the extra $23 million. That's true. Missing Parsons on milk carton. Yeah, he did disappear. But that's because teams figured out how to beat Dallas. Run at Micah Parsons. That's all you have to do, and you basically take him out. He has to have more talent around him. Exactly. What the Cowboys can't sign anyone. They're $40 million on the cap with Prescott. $59 million, I think. Yeah, they're done. They're done. They needed to restructure Dak's contract. That's what they needed to do. You needed to restructure. I mean, you didn't do it. So, it is what it is. They're upset now. Will you go live next week during the day again? Love you. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. I was thinking about Monday, Tuesday. I gotta put it in for it. But if I can, I will. Dak is 23% of the Cowboys' entire cap. Laugh out loud, imagine. Yeah, it's brutal. That is brutal. I love it. Dallas stinks. 500, can you tell me what happened today? Just woke up. The Eagles restructured Josh Sweat's contract, so now Josh Sweat is going to stay with the Eagles. And then the Eagles went and traded for quarterback Kenny Pickett from the Steelers. So Kenny Pickett is now our backup quarterback. And that's pretty much what happened. Mike is always in Philly in the offseason. That's where he spends his time. It's 6:45. Yeah, 3:45 for me. Sleep. Maybe he might work nights. They should just switch into the Dallas live stream because all the guys talk about is the Cowboys. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Parsons will be an Eagle. It's going to be the funniest thing ever. Howie's the man. Howie's doing a great job. I'm waiting for Hassan Reddick to sign though. I want to get Reddick done. I want to get that contract extension done. Let me see here. No, it's quiet. Niners getting stink too this year. We'll see what happens with the Niners. I still think the top 4 teams are the Eagles, the Niners, Detroit, and Green Bay. In no order, but just those are the top 4 teams.
The brother screwed us.
Dallas still stinks.
I am now Philly 500's bitch.
There you go. Yeah, definitely Howie season. No question about it. Cowboys stink. Didn't Dallas do the same thing with Tony Romo? Absolutely. They did. They absolutely did. Your team sucks every year, and your delusional fans keep trying to. I don't even know what team you're representing. So I don't know who the hell you are. Bears and Eagles couldn't agree on some terms for Field. The Bears probably wanted too much. My thing is Pickett. I don't want him. He shouldn't play. He shouldn't be playing. So we'll see. But I think I'm going to go ahead and end this now. I want to thank everybody for joining me today. I really, really appreciate it. Had a wonderful time. As soon as I get off, I'm almost 100% positive that as soon as we get off of here, that of course the Eagles will make a move because that's what they've done the last 3 days. Bears got Keenan Allen. That's right, they did. But we'll see what happens. There should be some interesting things. I will be live again tomorrow. I will have my Dingbat Nation video. I didn't finish that today, so I have to finish that. So that'll be out tomorrow. And then I'll be back streaming tomorrow. I don't know what time. I got to take these 2 kittens to their new home. They're getting adopted tomorrow, so they're picking them up. So once I do that, I'll come on live, and then we'll be on live again when we got the Philly Shakedown. So I'll be streaming twice tomorrow. No doubt about it. It'll be fun. But thank you guys so much. I hope you all have a great, great night, great day. And with that said, you guys take care. I will talk to you later, of course. Don't be a dingbat. And as always, we will let the Cowboys take us out. Peace.
2 minutes to go. You have plenty of time.
Come on.
Oh, shit! Dad! No!
It's over. It's over. This game is over. Cut it off. It's over.
Fuck.
Congratulations, Green Bay. Congratulations, Green Bay. Congratulations, Green Bay.
I said run the ball.
Congratulations, Green Bay. Dak Prescott, you need to be fired today. That was on you, Dak. That was on you, Dak. That was on you, Dak.
I said run the ball.
That was on Dak Prescott.
Trying to feed
Trying to feed the CeeDee Lamb. Trying to feed the CeeDee Lamb. You tried to feed the CeeDee Lamb. You got to give it to CeeDee Lamb. God.
That's crazy.
It's over. It's over, Dak. Put Trey Lance in the game. Trey Lance can't do worse than you.
I'm an idiot because I buy into this shit. I buy into this shit. Because here's the thing. I am a grown-ass man. And I talk the talk. It is killing me.
I feel it coming. I feel like it's going to take Jerry Jones taking. Cut it off. It's over.